Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Met a Reincarnated Hero? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Reincarnated? In a room, three boys were huddled together, engrossed in their phones while discussing a popular manga series that had become a successful anime, My Hero Academia. One boy, with basic black hair, expressed his disdain for the series, claiming it was overrated and had a toxic fanbase. His friends, who shared similar hair and eye colors, looked at him incredulously. One of them, wearing a green hoodie reminiscent of a certain green-haired character, pointed out that the boy couldn't criticize the show without having watched the first episode. The boy in the basic t-shirt and sweatpants dismissed the idea, insisting he wouldn't watch what he deemed a cringeworthy anime. He argued that the true contenders for the next-gen Big Three were Haikyuu, Black Clover, and Jujutsu Kaisen, all while continuing to play his game. As they played, the tension of the game escalated, with one boy calling for healing while another prepared to clear enemies. After a few minutes of intense gameplay, they finally cleared a challenging level, erupting into cheers and excitement. Blake, the one in the green hoodie, celebrated their victory, while Kusei, wearing a long-sleeved black shirt, performed a backflip out of sheer joy. Amidst the celebration, Kusei turned to YN, acknowledging his crucial contribution to their success. YN, feeling overwhelmed by Blake's enthusiasm, requested some space, not wanting to feel sick in Kusei's room. Kusei, noticing Blake's excitement, suggested YN make a quick trip to the nearby convenience store for snacks. Reluctantly, YN agreed, feeling the need for fresh air. He grabbed his sweater, wallet, and phone before heading out, giving a quick greeting to Kusei's mom as he left the house. Outside, the October chill greeted YN as he took a deep breath, watching his warm breath form vapor in the cold air. The streets were filled with children playing, some joyfully diving into piles of fallen leaves, which brought a smile to YN's face. As he walked, he noticed a newly opened bookstore and decided to take a detour. Curious, he approached the shopkeeper, a man in his 30s, and asked about the new store's business. The shopkeeper confirmed that manga had become quite popular, and YN's interest peaked when he spotted a copy of My Hero Academia on display. The shopkeeper offered it to him, suggesting he take it as a gift. YN scoffed lightly, dismissing the series as overrated. However, lost in thought, he failed to notice the traffic around him and stepped into the street just as a vehicle approached. Suddenly, everything went dark. In an alley behind a dumpster, a young boy jolted awake, disoriented. He looked around, taking in his surroundings and checking for injuries. Relieved to find none, he began to gather his thoughts. He recalled the last moment before losing consciousness, a truck looming before him. As he calmed down, he noticed something strange. He felt different, taller and somehow more robust. Confused, he patted his body, trying to understand what had happened. He looked down at his shoes, questioning if he was wearing someone else's. Kusei had a habit of wearing shoes with increased heels. However, when he looked down, he noticed something was off, confusion evident on his face. Firstly, where had his comfortable sweater gone? Secondly, why was he wearing a striped shirt? The last thing he remembered was putting on a plain t-shirt. A sense of unease filled the pit of his stomach, and he wished it would go away. Wanting to confirm something, he patted his jeans. Wasn't he wearing sweatpants? As he checked around, he realized his wallet and phone were missing. That was a sinking feeling he didn't want to experience. He was starting to panic. First, he had apparently survived being hit by a truck. Granted, it wasn't that big, but it could be fatal at the right speed. Then, his clothes were completely different from what he had been wearing moments before. And now, his wallet and phone were nowhere to be found, two things he definitely wanted on him when he was out. Clicking his tongue in frustration, he hurried out of the alley, only to be met with another surprise. His eyes widened, and his body froze, like a deer caught in headlights. Just moments ago, he had been in front of Tuxin's book trade in his hometown, and now? He was somehow in an entirely different country. The buildings were covered in unfamiliar characters, and the people filling the sidewalks looked completely different from anyone he knew. It was a whole new world. Ignoring the strange stares he received as he gawked at the unfamiliar surroundings, he spun around to ensure his eyes and brain weren't playing tricks on him. Wait, hold on. That was clearly Japanese, but why could he read it? Another layer of confusion added to his already bewildered mind. Finally noticing the stares from passers-by, he sheepishly bowed slightly and began walking in a random direction, definitely avoiding the alleyway. It had an unpleasant smell. What had happened to him? He was sure that truck had hit him hard. It had hurt for a moment, and then he felt fine. What was going on? Was he? No, that couldn't be. That would be ridiculous. Shaking his head and sighing, he stood up from a bench and headed to the swings nearby. Maybe a few swings would help him relax. Pulling himself back on the swing, he let go and allowed physics to take over. As he lost himself in thought, he heard footsteps approaching slowly. He paid no mind, not wanting to interact with anyone. Just the idea that he might have come back from the dead was enough to spin his mind. Today had not gone well either. He could already anticipate that Halloween would be another day filled with bullying from his classmates. Midoriya Izuku led a relatively ordinary life. He was born in a world where most individuals possessed superhuman abilities known as quirks, but he was among the minority born without any, making him quirkless. This unfortunate status led to relentless bullying, a consequence of a society that valued quirks over individuals. Of course, where there were superpowers, there were also heroes and villains. It was Midoriya's dream to become a hero, idolizing the number one hero, All Might. But with his quirkless status, the bullying he faced was even more severe. This afternoon was no different. His lunch money was taken, his school supplies scattered, and he almost ended up in the koi pond. Fortunately, a third-year student intervened just in time to chase off the bullies before they could drench him. Least one good thing happened in a day filled with pranks and teasing. Midoriya sighed heavily, his steps reflecting the weight of his thoughts. At some point, he walked past the familiar park he often visited. He clearly remembered the time he had protected a kid from being bullied by his childhood friend, Bakugo Katsuki, whom he affectionately called Cat-chan. Suddenly, he heard the sound of chains rattling. Turning his head, he saw a boy, probably around his age, using the swing as it was intended. It was unusual to see someone in the park, and Midoriya couldn't help but observe the stranger with the dark hair. Realizing he was staring, he quickly averted his gaze and continued walking home. The sound of saws dragging on the ground startled him, causing him to turn back to the source, the dark-haired boy. He noticed the other male staring at him in disbelief, which made Midoriya shrink back from the intensity of the gaze. YN was taken aback, cursing internally as he looked at the green-haired boy. He thought his mind was playing tricks on him, but given everything that had happened, he doubted it. The boy looked too real to be a cosplay. Even the best cosplayer would make a mistake somewhere. But this boy seemed like he had stepped right out of an anime. No way. It couldn't be. Disbelief washed over YN's face. With only one way to confirm his suspicions, he began to approach the green-haired teen. Midoriya visibly jolted when he saw YN coming closer. "Excuse me," YN started, but then he slapped his mouth in surprise and shock. He could speak Japanese. That felt like a dream come true. He quickly regained his composure, remembering the situation. Clearing his throat, he continued, asking if the boy was Deku? That question sent Midoriya's stomach plummeting. How did a stranger know his name? The thought that Kaken might have hired someone to bully him sent a shiver down his spine, and he instinctively inched away from the dark-haired boy. Noticing Midoriya's retreat, YN raised an eyebrow, realizing how scared the boy must feel with a stranger knowing his name. "No, sorry, that must have been surprising," YN said, trying to reassure him. "I was just wondering." Come on, brain, think. What were the most basic facts about Deku that he knew? Anything that Blake or Kusai had told him? Deku's upbringing was so sad. Imagine getting bullied every day for 15 years. Blake had ranted while reading a volume of the YN had just shaken his head, uninterested at the time. "I overheard that you were getting bullied or something," YN finally managed to say. Midoriya hesitated, surprised that this stranger cared enough to ask about his situation. He looked down, feeling the weight of disappointment as he recalled past attempts to seek help. Even when he had tried to tell someone about the bullying, they dismissed it as him being overly sensitive to the pranks of his so-called friends. YN, with a clenched fist, offered his help, suggesting they could teach the bullies a lesson. Midoriya felt a flicker of hope but quickly extinguished it, thinking that YN would only end up hurt like everyone else who had tried to help him. He had endured bullying for nearly 15 years and believed he could handle it alone. He shook his head, insisting he could manage on his own, and walked away with his gaze fixed on the ground. He thought to himself that he couldn't let YN's kindness go to waste on someone like him. Without looking back, he turned a corner and disappeared from YN's sight. YN watched him leave, feeling a surge of guilt despite having no control over Midoriya's situation. Clenching his fist in frustration, he reflected on how difficult it must be to live in a world filled with superpowers while feeling powerless himself. This thought led him to wonder if he had a quirk of his own. In a cleaner alleyway, YN sat on a box, contemplating how to discover if he possessed a quirk. He considered visiting a clinic but dismissed the idea, thinking it would be suspicious to show up without identification. He decided to try the classic superhero approach, shouting various magical phrases while striking poses, but nothing happened. Disappointed, he scratched off a list of potential abilities on the wall using a stone. Next, he crouched by a dumpster, focusing intently on a tin can, hoping to make it float. After several minutes of nothing, he gave up and swatted the can away. In another scene, he discreetly attempted to lift a car, testing for super strength, but found he had none. He mimicked a superhero gesture but realized he couldn't produce any webs either. Defeated, he dragged his feet away. As night fell, North walked along the road, exhausted and aware of his sweat-soaked clothes. His stomach growled, reminding him he needed to eat. He sighed, thinking about what his mother might have cooked for dinner, only to feel his mood drop as he remembered he was alone. He reflected on his past, wishing he had read the My Hero Academia manga, which might have helped him navigate his new life. Gazing up at the starry sky, he wondered if they were the same stars from his home and if anyone missed him. 2 weeks passed, and YN surprised himself by managing to survive. He had found a job at a small shop owned by an elderly couple who didn't ask for identification. He had stumbled upon the store while searching for part-time work, and it felt like a slide of luck. His responsibilities included being the cashier, cleaning, restocking goods, and guarding a hidden safe behind the counter. The husband, Makino Keizi, was a 76-year-old man with a breezy demeanor, fitting for someone whose name meant wind. Initially, YN thought he was cold and antisocial, but he soon realized that was just a facade to deter troublemakers. When alone with his wife, Makino Kiyo, who was in her mid-80s, he transformed into a gentle and expressive man. Kiyo, whose name meant pure water, was kind-hearted and immediately recognized YN's hunger when he first entered the shop. She took him in, fed him, and made him feel welcome, treating him like a grandchild. After enjoying a balanced meal, YN asked for a job, and they happily agreed, needing help as they aged. They even offered him a small room to sleep in, which made him incredibly grateful given his circumstances. Now, nearly 2 weeks into his new routine, YN had settled into his responsibilities. Each morning, he woke up at 6 a.m. to prepare the store, cleaning and rearranging items for sale. After his morning jog, YN returned to the store to shower and prepare for the day ahead, ensuring everything was ready by 7:30 a.m. His routine consisted of the usual tasks of an ordinary cashier, greeting customers, assisting elderly patrons with their purchases, and helping children reach for candies on high shelves. It was a simple life, and while YN had hoped that his reincarnation would lead him to join the main cast in their adventures, he had to accept his current role. However, there was a silver lining. He had finally discovered what his quirk was. The revelation came about in an unexpected way. One day, while YN was restocking a box of instant ramen on a shelf using a stepladder, he heard the cheerful chatter of children outside the store. The sound of their little footsteps filled the shop as they rushed in, one boy with short wavy hair running directly toward YN. The boy excitedly announced that his quirk had finally developed, demonstrating a hand motion that formed a small barrel at his fingertips. YN marveled at the boy's newly developed quirk, impressed by the finger gun that could shoot lasers, though the boy noted that it didn't hurt much. As the boy let out several harmless beams of light, YN ducked to avoid being hit. With a playful glare, he reminded the boy that using his quirk in a store was dangerous and illegal. The boy's expression shifted to one of guilt, and YN's tone softened as he recalled his own childhood excitement, which often led to reckless behavior. Climbing down from the stepladder, YN gently explained the importance of safety in public places. The boy listened, his gaze fixed on the ground, acknowledging his mistake. Unbeknownst to YN, one of the beams had ricocheted around the store, ultimately striking a box precariously placed on a high shelf above the boy. Hearing the impact, YN looked up just in time to see the box falling. He sprinted forward, reaching out to protect the boy from the potential harm of the falling object. Time seemed to slow as YN wished for greater speed or a longer reach, feeling helpless without a quirk of his own. In that moment of desperation, something extraordinary happened. A reddish-black, shadowy substance emerged from his hand, enveloping it completely. In an instant, tendrils sprouted forth, latching onto the box and suspending it midair. YN gasped in disbelief. He had thought he was quirkless, but now he realized he had finally awakened his own power. After safely setting the box down, YN comforted the frightened boy, who had just experienced a close call. As he hugged the shaken child, YN reflected on the sensation of his newfound quirk, watching as the reddish-black shadow enveloped his hand once more. As the day came to a close, YN and his friends KZ and Kyo finished tidying up the store. KZ helped organize the items while Kyo swept the floor. YN, being the youngest, took on most of the heavier tasks. Once they closed up, YN excitedly shared the news of his quirk development with the elderly couple, who were thrilled and supportive. Kyo suggested a small celebration dinner, offering to cook YN's favorite meal, which he eagerly accepted. The thought of a delicious feast made him even more excited. KZ patted YN on the back, a rare smile on his face, and praised him for being a late bloomer in developing his quirk. As KZ headed upstairs, he paused to mention that he could help with the fees for hero school if YN was considering it. YN quickly declined, explaining that he had just discovered his quirk and felt it was too soon to think about pursuing a career as a hero. KZ chuckled, calling YN a good kid and expressing pride in him, which struck a chord deep within YN, reminding him of his family in his previous life. With a solemn expression, he looked down and quietly hoped that they were proud of him too. After a small celebration dinner, the elderly couple retired to their room to bid the day good night. Normally, YN would head to his small room to sleep, but today was different. Outside, in a dimly lit alleyway, YN was dressed in a hoodie and jeans, his simple shoes barely keeping out the cold. The temperature was dropping, a typical occurrence in Japan, especially this late in November. He looked up at the sky, admiring the stars, and reflected on his recent job search. It had taken him half a month to finally secure a position. Frustration bubbled within him as he recalled the discrimination he faced. He remembered being turned away from a store that would have accepted him without asking for identification, but the clerks were strictly required to have a quirk. Anger surged through him as he thought about the unfair treatment he and others like him endured. He wondered if Deku had faced similar challenges every day for the past 14 years. It felt profoundly unjust. With gritted teeth and clenched fists, he acknowledged the anger but knew there was little he could do about it now. He decided to focus on the present, unclenching his fists and looking at his hands with determination. Raising his hand in front of him, YN activated his quirk, feeling the familiar sensation as reddish-black shadows emerged, enveloping his hands. No matter how many times he activated it, the experience never ceased to amaze him. His gaze fell upon 4 empty cans resting on a dumpster. In an instant, he moved his quirk-activated hand forward, and tendrils sprouted, latching onto the cans. With a flick of his wrist, he pivoted and swung his fist, pulling the cans toward him and slamming them into the ground. A gleam of joy lit up his eyes as he watched the cans crush against the pavement, leaving slight cracks in the cement. A sense of wonder filled him as he retracted the tendrils, his hands still cloaked in shadow. He recalled how he had suspended a falling box earlier and realized that his quirk was more versatile than he initially thought. He targeted a broken television nearby and directed his hand toward it. His quirk latched on, and he lifted it slightly, feeling the effort required to do so. He understood that the weight he could manage with his quirk was similar to what he could lift with his own hands. Nodding to himself, he set the TV back down, contemplating the potential of his abilities. There was so much more to discover about his quirk. He wondered how others had mastered theirs over the years, especially those who had their powers since childhood. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought of comparing himself to others. While he might not be able to enter the hero business legally without the necessary funds, perhaps he could become a vigilante, helping with small crimes in his neighborhood. He envisioned himself as this universe's version of Spider-Man. He pondered whether there was already a quirk that made someone a Spider-Man in this world. If so, what harm would there be in having two Spider-Man-like heroes, one a vigilante? But to achieve that, he knew he needed training, lots of it. With a rush of excitement, YN deactivated his quirk and quietly returned inside, careful not to wake Kiyo and Casey, who were likely already asleep. He grabbed a small notebook and began jotting down his plans, surprised to see his own handwriting in kanji. His plan was more of a schedule, detailing his training regimen. It included morning runs and exercises, quirk training during free time after opening the store, and physical training in the afternoons. At night, after closing, he would focus on full-body training and quirk practice, ensuring he got enough sleep. Feeling a sense of pride, YN taped the schedule to the wall and went to bed, eager for the eventful day ahead. On Sunday morning, most of the population, including YN, was still asleep in their small rooms. The Hello Kitty alarm clock rang at 4:59 a.m., a cherished gift from a girl he didn't quite understand but appreciated nonetheless. Outside, it was dark and cold, with nature still in slumber, conserving energy for the day ahead. YN stirred in his sleep, his clothes slightly raised, revealing his newly developed abs, a testament to his training over the past few months since discovering his quirk, which he had named Dark Whip. He had been diligently training, and his efforts were paying off. He could now perform at least 50 push-ups and pull-ups without breaking a sweat. The alarm rang loudly, jolting him awake. He threw the blanket into the air, and once he gathered his thoughts, he shut off the clock and lazily laid back on his futon, ready to embrace the day ahead. Today was Sunday, and YN realized he had forgotten to turn off the alarm the night before. He groaned, shifting in his futon, wishing for just a bit more sleep. Suddenly, footsteps approached, and the sliding door to his small room opened, revealing Kiyo. She called out to him, asking if he was awake and if he could go buy some groceries, as they were out of vegetables and seasonings. Upon hearing this, YN quickly sat up, eager to help. He asked what she needed, and Kiyo handed him a small list, explaining that if there were no eggs at the usual grocery store, they could go to the supermarket together later in the afternoon. YN thought to himself that most of the items were small or in small quantities, so he didn't need to take his bicycle. A walk sounded nice. He told Kiyo he would get going after taking a shower and changing his clothes. Kiyo thanked him and held his hands, her old scars and wrinkles telling a story of her past as an ex-pro hero. She expressed her appreciation for his kindness since he had come to live with them, noting how sweet he had been. YN smiled and held her hand, feeling grateful for the opportunity they had given him: a job, a roof over his head, and meals to fill his stomach. Kiyo remarked that his parents must be proud of him, a statement that always stirred mixed feelings within him. In this world, no one knew he was reincarnated, including the elderly couple. When they asked about his family, he remained silent, wearing a sad expression. They assumed his parents were no longer alive, which was partly true, as they existed in his original world. The lie weighed heavily on him, especially considering the kindness they had shown him. Shaking off his thoughts, YN stood up, placed the list on the small table, grabbed his towel, and headed to the bathroom. Kiyo watched him with slight concern, noticing the sadness on his face. After showering and changing, YN set out for the store as promised. In the 7 months since his reincarnation into the BNHA world, he had familiarized himself with this version of Japan, particularly the Mizudafu prefecture. He found himself at the edge of the prefecture, where the shop he worked at was located in a rural area. There were few cars, and the greenery was refreshing compared to his old hometown. As he walked, he enjoyed the scenery, reminiscing about his last moments in his previous life when he had been sent to the store. He hoped nothing extraordinary would happen this time. Unfortunately, as Kiyo had predicted, the eggs were out of stock. YN stood outside the small grocery store, ready to enter when he noticed a notice on the wall confirming the shortage. He sighed heavily, feeling the weight of his misfortune. Holding the recycling cloth bag for the groceries, he glanced at his wristwatch. It was about 8:50 a.m. He could return home and go with Kiyo later, but he didn't want to burden her. Resigned, he thought he would have to head to the city. Just then, he felt a slight rumbling beneath his feet and looked around to see a train approaching the nearby tracks. It didn't seem particularly fast, and he considered hitching a ride. After confirming there were no witnesses, he held the recycling bag in one hand and activated his quirk with the other. Waiting for the right moment, he latched onto the train and pulled himself along, rising into the air while maintaining his grip. With a grin, he commanded his quirk to draw him closer to the train, landing safely on it. He then secured himself with his dark whip, attaching it to the sides of the train and around his waist, acting as a safety cable. The grocery bag was held securely against him, and now all he had to do was wait until they arrived at their destination. YN had been training diligently, discovering that while the weight his dark whip could carry was initially proportional to his strength, he could strengthen it further through practice. He had also learned to support his own weight, which allowed him to be dragged by the train without fear of his quirk snapping. Having experienced the snapping of his quirk before, he was determined to avoid any situation that might lead to that happening again. After a bit of waiting, almost an hour to be exact, YN finally arrived in the city of Mizudafu. The train he had stowed away on stopped at a station, and he quickly leaped away onto a tall building, avoiding detection by the authorities. Last time, he had to make a run for it since he didn't have any ID and was technically a stowaway. Dropping down into an empty alleyway without anyone noticing, he emerged into the midst of the bustling crowd. Since it was Sunday, many people were out and about. Thankfully, he had left his grocery bag on top of a building securely. Otherwise, he would have had a hard time weaving through the throngs of people. YN thought about where the nearest supermarket might be when he was suddenly bumped into by someone smaller than him. Reacting quickly, he used his quirk to catch the person before they fell. After a moment, he realized who he had bumped into. A feminine voice asked if he was all right, revealing a girl in casual clothing. She had a ponytail that flared up over her head, giving her a striking appearance. YN recalled seeing her before and wondered if she was in the main cast class. The girl, noticing his gaze, asked if there was something on her face. Realizing he had been staring as he tried to remember her name, YN used his quirk to help her stand up straight before letting it retreat back into him. She brushed off any dust and peeked into a paper bag she was holding, letting out a sigh of relief when she confirmed its condition. She thanked him for catching her, expressing that it would have been a hassle to change if her bag had gotten dirty. With a hint of regret, she mentioned needing to leave and hurried away. YN concluded that she must have had somewhere important to be and turned in the opposite direction, heading toward the supermarket. After a while, YN emerged from the busy supermarket, feeling disheveled. He adjusted his clothes and hair, feeling the aches and pains from the chaotic experience inside. He had been lucky to escape with just a few scratches and bruises. As he adjusted his hold on the newly acquired eggs, he glanced at his watch and saw it was 10 o'clock. He had been stuck in there for an entire hour. He wondered why he had gotten caught up in the chaos when he had been on the other side of the store. Just then, a familiar voice chimed in, and he turned to see the ponytail girl from before. Surprised, he greeted her, noting that he hadn't expected it to be so hectic, especially on a Sunday. She agreed, commenting on the supermarket's inefficient management. YN found her refined demeanor reminiscent of characters from anime. Curious, she asked what had brought him to the city, doubting he had come just for a carton of eggs. YN shrugged, explaining that he lived in a remote area where supplies were not regularly restocked. She nodded in understanding, then shared that she was returning a book she had borrowed from a library during a family outing. They continued to talk and walk together, losing track of time until it was almost 1 p.m. Time flew when in good company, and they introduced themselves. YN learned her name was Momo Yayarozu. He found it a bit unconventional but accepted it, given his own unusual circumstances. As they walked, YN suggested treating her to lunch, but Momo declined, saying she didn't want to hold him up. This reminded YN of his errand, and he suddenly realized he had left his first bag on a rooftop. He sulked slightly, worried about the eggs spoiling. Apologizing, he told Momo he had to go but promised to treat her to lunch next time they met. She waved goodbye, looking forward to his offer. YN saluted her with a finger gesture and swung away using his quirk, surprising her as he disappeared into the distance. As he swung freely, a smirk crossed his face when he heard the futile attempts of the authorities to stop him. Just as he was about to increase his speed, a loud crash echoed nearby. He stopped and hung from the side of a building, looking around. In the distance, a cloud of dust rose high into the air, clearly indicating the force behind that crash. A little later, the sounds of civilians filled the air, their cries echoing with panic and fear. Whatever was happening could not be good. YN felt a strong urge to investigate and offer help, but he knew he had to weigh his options carefully. He could either go and see what was happening, leaving the groceries on the rooftop, or stay put. If there were people injured, he could potentially assist them or aid the pros who would soon arrive. With a heavy sigh, YN made up his mind. He was going back. Even if he would get in trouble later, he knew that if there were casualties and he did nothing about it, he would regret it in the future. With another sigh, he scaled the building he was on and carefully placed the egg carton on top. He then took out a black face mask from his pocket and put it on, remembering Granny Kiyo's advice about the strict bacteria and pathogen control in Japan. Securing the mask, YN dropped down and used his quirk to swing his way toward danger, grimacing at the possible injuries he might sustain. He wasn't a pessimist, but he wasn't naive enough to think he would get out of this unscathed. A few minutes later, he arrived at the scene, which was better than he had imagined but still concerning. In the middle of the road stood a massive figure, a muscular man who seemed to be in a rage, stomping the ground as if it were the introduction to a boss battle. The figure towered nearly 10 feet tall, and around him, a group of police officers stood guard, protecting the civilians. The giant roared in frustration, declaring that he had spent 20 years as a corporate SLV and would destroy any company's building to free his fellow workers if it was the last thing he did. Suddenly, he charged at a nearby building, crashing through walls without hesitation. YN could hear the terrified screams from within as the villain wreaked havoc, causing structural damage that threatened the safety of anyone trapped inside. With determination, YN used his quirk to latch onto the edge of the building he was on and took a few steps back, hoping his plan would work. He stretched his quirk and then pulled it back, feeling a faint sound of stretching that was both intriguing and concerning. He had seen heroes do this countless times. How hard could it be? But then everything went wrong. His feet lost traction, and he slipped unexpectedly, pulling him forward without warning. Suppressing a shout of surprise, he braced for impact as he realized he was heading straight for a window. With a crash, he fell through the shattered glass but landed without serious injury, thankful for the already cracked window that spared him from harm. As he picked himself up, YN scanned the area for any trapped individuals, calling out to see if anyone was on the floor. Silence greeted him, but he decided to search further, even as the building rumbled ominously around him. He stumbled briefly but regained his balance, feeling frustrated as he pondered how much destruction the villain was causing. After searching the floor and several below, YN was relieved and surprised to find no one trapped inside. He wondered why the building was empty. The ongoing rumbling outside suggested that a pro-hero might be battling the muscular villain. Realizing his presence was ultimately unnecessary, he decided to leave before he got into real trouble. Just as he was about to find a window to exit, he heard a distant sound that made him freeze. Listening intently, he confirmed he wasn't mistaken. The ongoing rumbling made it hard to hear, but he couldn't ignore the possibility of someone in need. Rushing toward the sound, he discovered a small room tucked in the corner of the floor, marked by a sign in childish handwriting that read, "Children's Playroom." He wondered why there was a children's playroom in a corporate building but pushed the thought aside. Attempting to open the door, he found it stuck, with rubble blocking it from within. With determination, YN summoned his quirk, sending reddish-black tendrils through the gap under the door. He wrapped them around the door and pulled with all his strength. The debris clattered to the floor, creating a gap large enough for him to see inside. As he prepared to clear the rubble, he heard frightened gasps and the sound of little feet scurrying about. A child's voice, no older than 5, exclaimed in fear, wondering if he was the bad guy. Another child screamed for protection, while a more mature voice urged the children to be quiet. YN called out to the caretaker, assuring her he was there to help. Silence followed, and then the caretaker skeptically asked if he was a pro-hero, noting that his voice sounded too young. YN quickly clarified that he wanted to help. YN urged everyone to keep their distance from the debris, hoping for their cooperation. After a moment of silence, he raised his voice, emphasizing the urgency of the situation and the need to save the children. A caretaker reassured the kids, telling them to step away from the large rock blocking the doorframe, as YN prepared to assess the situation. A significant chunk of debris obstructed the entrance, and while it could be moved, YN lacked the strength to do so, and his quirk didn't provide the necessary enhancement. He knew that attempting to dislodge it might cause further instability in the building. As he contemplated his next move, another round of distant rumbles shook the structure. Frustration welled up within him as he realized the villain was proving to be quite resilient. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion nearby caused the building to tremble violently. YN staggered, struggling to maintain his balance as cracks spread across the walls, and the children huddled in fear. Understanding the urgency of the situation, YN knew he had to find another way. He scanned the area for anything that could assist him, but with the building collapsing, everything was shifting precariously. His body language reflected his urgency as he scurried across the floor, praying for a solution. That's when he spotted a cracked glass window nearby, and the memory of his earlier crash into the building flashed through his mind. Without hesitation, YN dashed toward the window and leaped through the cracked glass. Just before he began to fall, he activated his quirk, preventing his descent and allowing him to hang beside the building. To his relief, he noticed a window leading into the playroom. However, luck seemed to be fleeting as the glass was mostly intact despite the building's collapse. Determined, he thought of another solution. He jumped away from the building to create distance, using both hands to attach his quirk to the structure. Recalling his earlier slip, he quickly retracted his quirk, creating a similar elastic force that propelled him toward the glass window. In an instant, his feet connected with the window's surface, and he grimaced under the pressure on his knees. There was an audible crack, which he took as a positive sign. Pulling harder, the window finally gave way, and YN tumbled into the playroom. He winced at the few scratches from the glass shards but pushed through the pain. He quickly assessed the situation, noticing 4 kids and the older caretaker huddled in a corner, trying to avoid the falling debris. The caretaker pointed at YN, exclaiming that he was the hero from before. He spread his arms wide, urging them to come closer. With urgency, YN encouraged the children to hurry, gently carrying 3 of them, 2 in his arms and 1 on his back. He instructed them to hold on tight, assuring them he would get them out safely. He nodded at the remaining 2, and the caretaker hugged the last child as they watched YN rush back through the opening he had created, using his quirk to scale down the building. Meanwhile, the caretaker and the last child waited with a mix of hope and fear, praying for YN's swift return while worrying about the collapsing structure. Suddenly, another crash reverberated through the building, revealing a support beam that had finally given way. As the last beam crumbled, the building began to tilt dangerously. The child in the caretaker's arms wailed in fear, prompting her to look at the opening YN had made. Realizing the gravity of their situation, she held the child tightly and rushed toward the window, calling out for YN with all her might. The sound jolted him, and he glanced up after safely setting down the 3rd child. Seeing the caretaker at the edge of the opening, holding the last child, he felt a surge of concern. She whispered to the child and made the difficult decision to toss him down. With wide eyes, YN activated his quirk, shooting upward to catch the screaming child securely in his arms. Looking up again, he saw the caretaker with a sorrowful expression. She noticed his gaze and muttered an apology, accepting her fate as the building continued to tremble around them. In a single moment, she felt two hands grasp her. Looking down, she saw YN and the boy in his arms holding onto her. He shouted over the loud sound of the collapsing building, insisting that there would be no self-sacrificing while he was around. He handed her the boy, and the caretaker held him with a bewildered expression. Then, he scooped her up in his arm and dropped down using his quirk. They landed safely on the ground, far from the collapsing structure. The sound of concrete and metal crashing together echoed loudly, sending up a thick cloud of dust and debris that obscured their view of the now-destroyed building. Gasping for air, YN gently set the caretaker down. His body ached from the effort, and his arms felt weak from carrying so many people while using his quirk. He doubled over, hands on his knees, trying to catch his breath. The children clung to the caretaker, their faces buried in her arms as they sobbed in relief. She was visibly shaken but managed to pull herself together, cradling the children and whispering soothing words. After a moment, she looked up at YN, her expression a mix of gratitude and amazement. She stammered her thanks, still holding one of the kids tightly. YN straightened up, giving her a weary grin beneath his mask. He brushed off glass shards and dust from his clothes, assuring her that it was nothing, just doing what he could. The police and pro-heroes, who had been dealing with the villain, finally noticed the group. One of the officers ran toward them, scanning for injuries. The caretaker nodded, expressing their relief thanks to YN. The officer turned to him with a sharp look, questioning his identity since he was not a registered pro-hero. YN froze for a moment, his mind racing for an excuse. He explained that he had been passing by and saw the kids in trouble, insisting he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. The officer frowned, clearly not entirely convinced, but before he could press further, another loud roar from the villain redirected his attention. He instructed YN to stay with the evacuees while he dealt with the chaos and ran back into the fray. YN exhaled in relief, realizing he had narrowly avoided trouble for now. He glanced at the caretaker and kids, who were being escorted to safety by other officers. As he turned to leave quietly, the caretaker called out to him. He paused, looking back over his shoulder. She stepped forward, holding one of the kids' hands, expressing her gratitude and urging him to take care of himself. YN gave her a small nod, feeling warmth at her words, and told her to take care of the little ones before pulling up his hood and disappearing into the shadows of the alley. Once he was sure he was out of sight, he climbed up to a nearby rooftop, sitting down to catch his breath. The adrenaline was starting to wear off, leaving him feeling exhausted and sore. He glanced at his hands, which were shaking slightly. He muttered to himself that it could have gone a lot worse, replaying the moment the building had started to collapse and the frantic dash to save the caretaker. Despite the danger and the risk of being caught for acting without a hero license, he felt a sense of fulfillment. He had made a difference, and that was enough for him. After a few minutes, he stood up, glancing back at the now-destroyed building and the commotion of police and pro-heroes below. Pulling his mask back down, he began swinging away into the city, already planning his next move. All the while, one thought lingered in his mind. He needed to get better at this. A few weeks later, the midday sun hung high in the sky as YN made his way to their meeting spot, a small plaza bustling with activity. It wasn't often that he had time to spend with others, let alone someone like Yaoyorozu. Their encounters had been coincidental, but this time, they had planned to meet. The plaza was alive with the hum of life, a symphony of distant laughter, chatter, and the occasional bark of a street vendor. YN adjusted the strap of his bag as he navigated through the crowd, weaving between clusters of people with practiced ease. The air carried the faint scent of freshly baked bread mingling with the sweetness of caramel from a nearby food stand, grounding him in the moment. He glanced at his phone, realizing he was a little late, nothing unusual for him, but felt a pang of guilt nonetheless. He hoped Yaoyorozu hadn't been waiting too long. As he neared the fountain at the center of the plaza, his eyes instinctively searched for her. It didn't take long to spot her, standing a little off to the side with her phone in hand. Even amidst the sea of faces, she stood out effortlessly, her neatly styled hair catching the light and her simple yet elegant outfit giving her an air of sophistication. Wyan couldn't help but smile faintly, thinking how classy she looked. But his steps faltered when he noticed two figures approaching her. The easygoing smile slipped from his face as he watched them close the distance, their posture unmistakably flirtatious. He stopped in his tracks, narrowing his eyes slightly as one of the men leaned in with a cocky grin. Yaoyorozu shifted her weight, her body language calm but guarded. Even from a distance, Wyan could tell she wasn't comfortable. The hum of the plaza seemed to dull in his ears as his focus zeroed in on the scene. Without thinking twice, he shoved his hands into his jacket pockets and casually made his way over, his usual grin creeping back onto his face. One of the men was saying something with unwelcome confidence, suggesting that it wasn't right for someone like her to be out alone. Yaoyorozu politely shook her head, explaining that she was waiting for a friend. The other man chuckled, exchanging a glance with his companion and suggesting they keep her company until her friend arrived. She firmly stated that it wouldn't be necessary, taking a small step back. Her voice remained calm, but there was a firmness in it that Yn recognized. That was his cue. Sliding into the group as if he belonged there, Yn draped an arm across one of the guy's shoulders, making the man jolt in surprise. He greeted them brightly, completely ignoring the glares directed at him, and mentioned that he could take it from there. The sudden interruption threw them off balance, but the man under Yn's arm quickly recovered, shrugging him off with a scowl. He questioned Yn's identity, and Yn tilted his head, his grin widening as he claimed he was there to save them from embarrassing themselves any further. He stepped in front of Yaoyorozu, crossing his arms lazily, and suggested they find someone else to bother. One of the men stepped forward aggressively, but before he could finish, Yn turned his head slightly, his gaze sharp and unyielding despite the easygoing smile on his face. He warned the man not to finish that sentence, his voice soft yet carrying a weight that made the man hesitate. A tense silence hung in the air for a moment before the first man scoffed, grabbing his friend's arm and declaring that she wasn't worth it. The two of them stalked off, muttering curses under their breath, and Yn watched them go, his shoulders relaxing once they were out of sight. Turning back to Yaoyorozu, he gave her a sheepish smile and apologized for the interruption, claiming he had impeccable timing. Yaoyorozu blinked, her composure slowly returning as she thanked him, expressing uncertainty about how the situation would have ended otherwise. Yn waved a hand dismissively, glad he arrived when he did. As the crowd began to fill the space around them again, Yn noticed how Yaoyorozu lingered, her usual confidence giving way to something more hesitant. Her gaze flickered to him occasionally as they started walking toward the main thoroughfare, and he could feel the unspoken gratitude in her presence. The sun had begun its descent, casting long shadows across the plaza. The fountain's water sparkled in the golden light, and the distant sound of a street performer's guitar added a serene backdrop to their steps. Yn remarked that if he didn't know any better, he'd say she was a magnet for trouble. Yaoyorozu let out a soft laugh, her posture relaxing as the tension from earlier melted away. She noted that she could say the same for him and thanked him again, saying it meant a lot. Yn turned to her, walking backward for a moment so he could face her directly, claiming he was just that kind of guy always there to help out a friend. Her expression softened, and though she didn't say anything, the way she looked at him felt different, warmer, perhaps. As they continued their stroll,Yn's thoughts drifted elsewhere, oblivious to the subtle shift in her demeanor. To him, it was just another moment, another day spent with a friend. But for Yaoyorozu, the memory of his unwavering presence in the face of discomfort lingered, intertwining with her growing appreciation for his honesty and simplicity. For the first time, she found herself wondering what it would be like to know him beyond the surface, to understand the depth of the person who could so easily turn an uncomfortable situation into something bearable. After Yn's timely intervention and their exchange of reassurances, they began their planned outing, moving from the crowded streets into one of Mizudafu's bustling shopping districts. The area was lively, filled with laughter, the buzz of conversation, and the occasional clinking of arcade tokens, creating the perfect backdrop for their day. Their first stop was an arcade, a decision prompted by Yn's quick suggestion and Yaoyorozu's tentative curiosity. The dimly lit room was alive with flashing lights, upbeat music, and the occasional triumphant shouts of players. YN gravitated toward a claw machine that showcased rows of stuffed animals. Yaoyorozu watched him insert a coin and asked if he was really going to try that. YN declared he had the precision of a sniper, cracking his knuckles dramatically. She watched with a mix of amusement and skepticism as he maneuvered the claw over a plush toy resembling a cat. With utmost concentration, he pressed the button, and the claw descended, only to graze the plush and return empty. YN groaned, slapping his forehead as the machine let out a taunting jingle. Yaoyorozu stifled a giggle behind her hand, suggesting it was just a game and he could surely try again. He pointed a finger at her, claiming that was what they wanted him to think, that the machines were rigged. Despite his protests, he tried again and again, each failure adding to his exaggerated frustration, which earned more laughter from Yaoyorozu. Finally, he turned to her with a dramatic sigh, inviting her to see if she could beat the system. To his utter disbelief, Yaoyorozu managed to snag the plush cat on her first try. The claw grabbed it effortlessly, and the toy was deposited into the prize chute. She held it up with a small, triumphant smile, and YN blinked at her, his jaw slack, exclaiming that it was so rigged. She handed him the plush, calling it a token of his valiant efforts. He stared at the plush, then back at her, before bursting into laughter and conceding that she won this round. After leaving the arcade, the pair wandered into a nearby park. The golden light of the setting sun filtered through the trees, casting a warm glow over the cobblestone pathways. They chatted as they strolled, their conversation flowing naturally. Yaoyorozu shared a fun fact about the Ferris wheel, and YN raised an eyebrow, admitting he didn't know that and questioning who even thought about Ferris wheel trivia. She smiled, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear, explaining that she enjoyed learning things because knowledge might come in handy. YN scratched his head, acknowledging that she could probably stump him with facts all day. With a playful glint in her eyes, Yaoyorozu asked if he wanted to test that theory. Before he could respond, a sudden bark broke through the air. North froze in place, his head snapping toward the source of the sound, a large, overly enthusiastic dog bounding toward them with its tail wagging furiously. He called out to Yaoyorozu for help, his voice a little higher pitched than usual. She turned to him in surprise, noticing his stiff posture and the beads of sweat forming on his forehead. She asked if he was afraid of dogs, and he quickly denied it, before backtracking and admitting he was just a little. They were unpredictable. The dog stopped a few feet away, sniffed the air, then lost interest and wandered off. Momo bit her lip to suppress a laugh, surprised by the reaction of someone who could swing through the city so fearlessly. YN rubbed the back of his neck, admitting that dogs were a whole different beast. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, YN and Yaoyorozu found themselves standing near the station where their outing had begun. The streets were quieter now, with the hum of evening settling in. YN adjusted the strap of his bag and remarked that it had been fun, noting that he didn't usually get to hang out like this. Momo nodded, her expression softening as she thanked him for the day. He grinned, suggesting they should do it again sometime, playfully mentioning that maybe he would finally beat her at something. She chuckled, looking forward to their next meeting. There was a brief pause, a moment of unspoken gratitude between them. Momo glanced away, her cheeks faintly pink. YN offered her a casual salute as he turned to leave, wishing her well. She watched him walk away, feeling a warmth in her heart. As Yaoyorozu made her way home, she reflected on the day. YN's easygoing nature, his honesty, and even his quirks like his fear of dogs had left a lasting impression. It was rare for her to feel so at ease around someone, and she couldn't help but smile at the thought of their next outing. Meanwhile, YN swung back toward his home, the plush cat from the arcade securely tucked into his bag. He thought about Yaoyorozu's trivia, her laughter, and the way she seemed to light up during their conversations. He smirked to himself, knowing he definitely wanted to hang out with her again. In the city of Mizudafu, the streets buzzed with nightlife, where most people found activities that weren't possible during the day. In the middle of the night, a lone figure stood atop a building overlooking the city. He felt like a superhero brooding from a tall perch. Dressed in an elaborate outfit of mostly black, he wore a short-sleeved hoodie that concealed his hair. His legwear consisted of shorts and tight leggings, with some kind of mechanism around his legs. A skin-tight cloth covered his exposed arms, and he wore fingerless gloves. A black face mask concealed his identity, as he preferred his own style over a full ski mask. While brooding atop a corporate building, he heard a commotion nearby and turned his attention to it. He dropped down and entered a free fall, savoring the brief moment of peace before unleashing his quirk, Dark Whip, to save himself from a harsh landing. With an excited yell, he let physics and momentum work in his favor, swinging through the night like it was a playground. After a few minutes, he arrived at the scene, where a group of men was surrounding two teenage girls. They appeared to be about his age. Arriving unnoticed, he waited atop a store, a few meters above the mugging activity, deciding to have a bit of fun. One of the thugs, twirling a knife in his hand, taunted the girls, suggesting they hand over their belongings. The other thugs laughed at his cruel remark, while the girls trembled in fear, cornered in an alley with no escape. As the men approached with sinister grins, the girls could only hope to survive the encounter. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the alley, drawing the attention of the thugs. YN's voice reverberated, questioning the manhood of ganging up on the girls. One thug, wearing a beanie, shouted for him to show himself if he thought he was better. YN felt irked by the accusation of cowardice. A purple ball of energy formed in his hands as he glared from the shadows. The thug, now angered, threatened YN, but before he could act, two long, reddish-black tendrils emerged from the darkness, pulling him up into the shadows. The sound of pained grunts followed, indicating a swift and decisive confrontation. Moments later, the thug was dropped back down, beaten and bruised. The remaining thugs and the girls stared in shock at the fallen figure. YN, with a hint of giddiness in his tone, asked if anyone else wanted to step up. The thugs, now angered, attempted to retaliate. One, wielding the knife, threw several blades blindly at him. YN easily dodged them, mocking their lack of teamwork and effectiveness. As he revealed himself, the thug threw another batch of knives, which YN dodged again, catching one to examine its sharp edge. Another thug, larger than the others, charged in headfirst, his head suddenly transforming into a metallic form. YN noted the results of his months of training and executed an athletic somersault over the large thug, landing solidly on his feet. The thug, unable to stop due to his momentum, dove headfirst into a pile of garbage. YN glanced back at him with amusement before hearing a loud war cry. He quickly sidestepped to avoid an axe kick from Knifey, watching as the foot, covered in knives, embedded itself into the ground. Seizing the opportunity, YN rushed in with a roundhouse kick followed by a split kick upward. The combination landed perfectly, sending Knifey flying backward, officially knocked out. YN was about to deliver a quip when he was unexpectedly tackled by the large thug. The impact threw him off balance, and he slid across the ground, grunting in pain. The two girls he was trying to protect looked at him with concern, then back at the approaching thug. With a groan, YN attempted to rise but was quickly overpowered. The thug grabbed him by the head and tossed him into another pile of garbage, a twist of fate he found ironic. Struggling to get back on his feet, YN realized he had a quirk. Activating it, he used his ability to cover the thug's head, akin to webbing, which caught the thug by surprise. The thug thrashed about, trying to remove the quirk from his face, but it was stuck. YN saw his chance and pulled on his quirk, dragging the thug down. He raised his knee and struck the thug in the face. A mechanical whirring sound filled the air as YN's legs powered up, enhanced by an exoskeleton he had borrowed from Grandpa Casey, originally designed for medical support but modified for combat. With the large thug, Knifey, and beanie down, YN took a moment to catch his breath. He scanned the area for any damage caused during the fight and was surprised to find little destruction. However, a nagging thought crossed his mind. There had been 4 thugs. Suddenly, the 2 girls he had been protecting yelped a warning, causing him to turn just in time to see a fist, surrounded by a menacing aura, collide with his face, sending him crashing into a wall and cracking the bricks. Groaning in pain, YN looked up at the last thug, who wore a simple leather jacket and torn jeans. The thug approached him with an amused chuckle, observing his fallen allies. He leaned in closer, taunting YN about how he hadn't expected to be bested by someone like him. Diminishing the aura around his fist, he grabbed YN by the shoulder and pulled him closer, expressing his boredom with the situation and the lack of excitement from the girls. With a dismissive motion, he let YN fall to the ground and walked away. A portal opened beneath his defeated allies, swallowing them up, and another portal appeared in front of him as he stepped through calmly. He turned back with a warning, advising YN not to cross him again before disappearing into the portal. YN groaned at the aftermath, reflecting on the unusual encounter. As he tried to rise, he noticed hurried footsteps approaching him. One of the girls rushed to his side, helping him up against the wall. "Are you okay?" she asked, concern evident in her voice. YN replied with a sarcastic remark, prompting a nervous chuckle from her. Seeing her guilt made him feel a bit guilty himself. After all, they had been harassed. He shook his head, resting against the wall and apologizing for his rudeness. The girl who had been fussing over him had a bobbed hairstyle with 2 strands framing her face. YN squinted, feeling like he had seen her before. He pushed the thought aside and turned his attention to the other girl, who he recognized. Despite his mask and hoodie, it seemed she didn't recognize him. He noted her uniform, which he recognized from their previous encounters, particularly after the grocery store incident. To maintain his cover, he asked, "That uniform, are you both from UA, the hero school?" "Yes, we are," Yayarozu replied, a hint of skepticism in her voice. However, feeling grateful for his help, she felt obliged to answer his questions. "Why are you both out at this hour? I thought classes ended around 3 p.m.? YN inquired, glancing at his slightly cracked watch, genuinely curious. "We were held back by some tasks at UA, and there were reporters too. They swarmed us like flies," Uraraka thought as she recalled the questions directed at her when she entered school and when she headed back home. YN simply laid his head back against the wall, taking a moment to breathe. It would be a while before he could move around comfortably, so a little rest seemed wise. Yayarozu expressed her concern, noting how YN had been tossed around quite a bit. She suggested checking for any head injuries, gently pulling back his hoodie, which made YN wince slightly, reinforcing her worries. As she flipped the hoodie over, her movements paused when she recognized his hair color and style. She had seen that jumble of hair before. However, she quickly dismissed the thought. His injuries were more pressing than his identity. She would have to ask him about it later. Uraraka, sitting beside them, observed the tension in the air. After inspecting YN, Yayarozu discovered several small cuts on his head beneath his sleek hair, along with some on his forehead and a few medium cuts near his mask area. She asked to remove the mask, but he kindly refused. Using her quirk, creation, Yayarozu produced a healing ointment and applied it to the small cuts after disinfecting them. YN noted how the practice of disinfecting wounds was quite common in Japan. Perhaps he should adopt that habit whenever he got cuts. He remarked, with a deadpan expression, that she didn't have to put on the band-aids, especially considering the number of cute designs covering his face. It was Yayarozu's way of getting back at him for not cooperating. After confirming there were no other injuries besides his face, which was already unusual, he decided not to complain about the pink Hello Kitty band-aids. YN watched as Yayarozu stored the leftover band-aids and ointment in her bag, his hand brushing over some of the wounds. One cut in particular was quite deep, and he remembered it well since it was the most painful to disinfect. Yayarozu informed him that it might leave a scar, but that was nothing to worry about. Besides, a scar above his eyebrow could look cool. His thoughts drifted to the idea of having his first scar as a vigilante, filling him with an odd sense of accomplishment as he stared into the distance. Uraraka looked at him incredulously. Yayarozu finished putting away the extra supplies and pulled out her phone to make a call. Uraraka, curious, leaned in to see who she was calling. "The police, of course. We need to report the incident and those harassers, as well as Mr. Vigilante here," she said, glancing at YN, who flinched at the mention of the police. YN quickly tried to reason with her, insisting there was no need to call the police, especially on him, since he had saved them. However, Yaoyorozu's determined mindset would not be swayed. A vigilante is nothing more than a self-proclaimed and unlicensed hero. It is unacceptable to let someone like you run free, she stated, placing the phone to her ear. But, Yaoyorozu, that number isn't, Uraraka began, but was cut off when Yaoyorozu raised a hand. Hello, police? I'd like to report harassment and vigilante activity. Suddenly, YN realized the time and hurriedly declared that he needed to leave, activating his quirk and swinging away. But, Yaoyorozu, that's your driver's number? Uraraka pointed out. Oh, I know, Yaoyorozu replied with a knowing smile. A lone individual sat in front of a bright white screen, swaying back and forth in his chair while humming a tune. He pondered what to write, his mind racing with ideas that quickly faded. After a moment of contemplation, he dismissed one thought as cliché and returned to the drawing board, feeling a sense of frustration at his lack of inspiration for his fanfiction. Despite being immersed in the My Hero Academia universe, he found himself struggling to craft a compelling plot, even as he considered writing about a series featuring girls battling monsters with powers akin to Quirks. With another sigh of exasperation, he leaned back in his chair and glanced around his room, his eyes landing on the camera. Almost a year after being reincarnated, YN had established a solid foundation for himself in this new world. He had secured a modest apartment, just the right size for a teenager. How did he manage to afford it? After his employment with Grandpa Casey and Granny Kyo ended, he unexpectedly landed a decent full-time job. Their daughter, a successful individual in her own right, returned home and was pleasantly surprised to find YN helping her parents. Grateful for his assistance, she offered him a well-paying job at her company, which allowed him to work from home with just a good internet connection and a laptop. The initial weeks of his new job were hectic, filled with an overwhelming amount of files, charts, and projects. Balancing work with his side gig as a friendly neighborhood vigilante proved challenging, especially while collaborating with a team twice his age. However, he gradually adapted to the demands of his new role. As a working citizen, he started his day at 8 a.m. and logged off at 8 p.m., with 2 one-hour breaks. This schedule surprisingly suited him well, granting him more time to train and engage in vigilante activities while ensuring he got enough rest. YN smirked to himself as a brilliant idea struck him. He returned to the white screen of the website AO3 and began typing away. Overall, he considered himself fortunate to live comfortably. Yet, amidst his contentment, he found himself in a precarious situation, being chased by a group of heroes and police officers. As he swung and parkoured away, lasers and flames narrowly missed him. At one point, he attempted to use his quirk but found himself free-falling onto a rooftop below, rolling to soften his landing. Having fallen enough times, he had learned how to tuck and roll. He quickly scurried into a conveniently sized vent and concealed himself. You might wonder why he was being pursued. YN questioned that himself but had a good idea of the answer. To understand the situation better, let's rewind a few hours. In the bustling city of Mizudafu, as the sun set and painted the sky in magnificent hues of red, YN was swinging through the air, showcasing his quirk, Dark Whip. He landed atop a corporate building, enjoying a cream-filled bun while taking in the stunning view. His boss had allowed him to leave work early on this Saturday, giving him a rare chance to unwind. He spent the day reading at the library and savoring delicious food at a nearby restaurant. After indulging himself, he decided to embrace his Black Mask persona. This nickname had emerged after an encounter in an alley where he had faced a tough opponent. He had become somewhat of a local legend, with the name Black Mask circulating among the residents of Mizudafu, even reaching his neighbors. Recently, he discovered a subreddit dedicated to him, Our Black Mask, which had garnered a significant following. As he scrolled through the subreddit, he stumbled upon a blurred image of himself swinging through the city, clad in his signature black mask and outfit. Amused, he chuckled and tucked his phone away, finishing the last bite of his bun. With his mask securely in place, he prepared to leap from the building, relishing the exhilarating rush of wind as he fell. However, he used his quirk to swing away safely, ensuring he wouldn't meet a dire fate again. As YN swung freely above the streets, he caught the attention of the civilians below. Almost everyone recognized him, and one person called out mid-swing, prompting him to stop on a nearby building. The man expressed his gratitude for YN's help the other day, and YN responded with a thumbs up, feeling pleased. Another person joined in, requesting YN to perform a flip. With a smile, YN obliged, and the crowd cheered as he completed the maneuver before continuing his evening's swing around the city. He would have marked it as the most peaceful day of the month if not for a silent commotion that almost slipped his attention. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted two men cornering another man in an alley. One of the muggers had morphed his hand into a blade, reminding YN of a previous encounter. He thought to himself about the frequent muggings he seemed to stumble upon before pulling in his quirk and free-falling, using it again to gain momentum toward the scene. Upon landing in front of the confrontation, YN adopted a casual stance and addressed the muggers, urging them to put their quirks away and back off to avoid causing trouble. The three men stood in silence, staring at him in confusion. YN raised an eyebrow, wondering why they weren't reacting as expected. Usually villains would either be cautious or charge in recklessly. He noticed one of the muggers moving his mouth but couldn't hear what was being said from a distance. Turning to the victim, YN saw the man looking wary, perhaps cautious due to his presence. YN suggested that the muggers should reconsider their choices when suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. He turned to find 5 police officers, all aiming their taser guns at him. YN greeted them cheerfully, commenting on how it was about time they stepped up their game. One officer responded seriously, revealing that the supposed victim was actually an undercover officer. The officer drew a taser, pointing it at YN and declaring him under arrest for illegal quirk usage. Before the officer could finish, YN dashed toward him, expecting his quirk to activate and pull him to safety. To his surprise, it didn't work. With no time to ponder his sudden lack of powers, YN activated his mechanical leg braces, which had been upgraded for enhanced performance. The device whirred to life, and as he kicked off the ground, he soared into the air. The officers, taken aback, aimed their high-range tasers and fired. YN, experienced in dodging projectiles, evaded the shots while mid-air. He landed on an AC unit and launched himself again, propelling out of the alley. Relief washed over him until he noticed several heroes waiting silently on the rooftops, realizing he had fallen into their trap. In that moment of vulnerability, a large shadow loomed over him. Looking up, YN saw the newly debuted heroine, Lady, towering above him. She reached out, intending to grab him mid-air. His heart raced as he thought of a way to escape. Just in time, he activated his leg mechanism once more. Swinging his leg back, he kicked her hand away and propelled himself in another direction, making his escape. Lady hissed in pain as she turned to watch the smaller figure flee. She called out to her allies, alerting them that he was getting away. Back in the alley, the undercover officer nodded at her plea and communicated with the chasing squad. On the rooftops, a few heroes stood up, ready to pursue. A gruff voice sighed in frustration, and a man in black overalls adjusted his yellow goggles, revealing glowing red eyes that dimmed as he prepared to join the chase. The reincarnator cursed repeatedly in his mind as he sprinted away, unable to use his quirk. His only thought was to avoid capture, and without the ability to rely on his usual escape methods, it became significantly more challenging. He lamented to himself about the unexpected turn of events, wishing for a relaxing day instead of a frantic chase. Instinctively, he motioned his hand to activate his quirk, and this time, black tendrils shot out, allowing him to swing a considerable distance. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he might have escaped. However, the sound of helicopters and the approach of several heroes who could fly or move quickly soon shattered that hope. He was forced to dodge midair as lasers and unexpected fireballs whizzed past him, narrowly avoiding capture. He wanted to increase his speed to reach safety, but when he attempted to use his quirk again, it mysteriously failed him, causing him to fall onto a rooftop below. He rolled to cushion his fall and quickly scanned his surroundings, spotting a ventilation system to hide in. He hurriedly scurried inside, hoping the heroes would overlook his presence. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side. A wooden appendage suddenly yanked him from his hiding spot, revealing at least 6 pro-heroes and several police officers, all with their tasers drawn. The pro-hero Kamui Woods was using his quirk to restrain him. He tried to lighten the mood, commenting on the weather, but the situation was far from casual. After being taken straight to an interrogation room, he found himself cuffed to a table with quirk-canceling restraints, seated in an uncomfortable metal chair. He was left alone for about 2 hours without a bathroom break, which he found quite inconvenient. Sighing repeatedly, he stared at the cuffs, the door, the table, the security cameras, and the one-way mirror to his right, offering a smile to the window in hopes of some acknowledgement. Boredom set in as he muttered to himself about his expectations of being interrogated by someone more interesting. Suddenly, the metal door swung open, and a loud man with yellow hair entered, announcing that the person he hoped to see was busy with other matters. YN winced at the volume of the man's voice as another individual entered the room. This man wore black overalls with a white cloth covering his neck and had a scar under his eyes. He appeared tired and spoke in a gruff tone, noting YN's reaction to the loud man. The tired man suggested that YN should get used to the noise, as the loud man would likely continue talking throughout the interrogation. He then sat down, placing a file of papers on the table and beginning to outline the laws YN had broken over the years, including physical violence, illegal quirk usage, and vigilantism. The list was extensive, and the tired man noted that these actions could lead to significant jail time. YN felt a sinking feeling in his stomach as the gravity of the situation dawned on him. He protested, insisting that he had helped people and assisted heroes in their work, but the loud man interrupted, emphasizing that his actions were illegal and lacked the training necessary for credibility. While acknowledging the truth in the loud man's words, the tired man shifted the conversation to a more pressing matter regarding YN's age and identity. He revealed that there was no personal information on file about YN, which raised concerns about his sudden appearance in Mizudafu. The mention of the principal's interest in him confused YN further. Suddenly, a creature resembling a mouse bear dog emerged from the scarf of the tired man, greeting YN enthusiastically. The 2 adults in the room nodded, having anticipated YN's surprise at the creature's ability to speak. The creature offered tea, which YN declined, still grappling with the bizarre situation. It assured him that they were there to talk, but the looming threat of jail hung over him. The creature finally posed the critical question. Who was he really, Black Mask? Feeling nervous and desperate to escape the interrogation, YN hesitated, searching for the right words. Just an average citizen, who happened to use his quirk to do good in an unconventional way. It seemed his lie was too obvious, as the strange creature, a mix of a mouse, bear, and dog, remained unmoved. The creature spoke with an oddly menacing tone and aura, suggesting it was not convinced. YN swallowed the saliva that had collected in his throat before continuing. He introduced himself, stating that he was YNLN and that he was supposed to have been dead a long time ago. YNLN sat in the interrogation room, the weight of his revelation hanging in the air. He had just disclosed a shocking truth. He was supposed to be dead a long time ago. The 3 interrogators exchanged looks of disbelief, horror, and intrigue. The blonde pro-hero, known as Mike, was the first to react, pointing at YN with a mix of accusation and surprise. "Kid, don't go around trying to tell people horror stories," he exclaimed. The man with the gruff voice, however, calmed Mike, suggesting that YN might actually be telling the truth. He gestured toward the one-way mirror, and soon after, another adult entered the room. YN recognized him as the disguising officer and attempted to stand, only to wince in pain as the quirk-canceling cuffs restrained him. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Naomasa Tsukachi, a detective in the police force. I'm here to ensure that you're not lying to us. My quirk will help with that," he stated. YN's eyes widened at the implication of a mobile lie detector. He quickly shrank back into his seat, feeling the weight of Tsukachi's intense gaze. The white creature in the room seemed to smile, its beady eyes fixed on YN with curiosity. "Now, LN, Could you elaborate on what you meant by being supposed to be dead a long time ago? Tsukachi prompted, his tone shifting to one of seriousness. YN took a deep breath, gathering his thoughts. He began to recount his story, explaining how he had lived a normal life in his hometown without any quirks. He described the day he was struck by a truck, noting that it was a quick and painless death, one that left him shaken upon realizing he had been reincarnated. The adults listened intently, their expressions shifting from shock to sympathy as YN continued. He spoke of his overwhelming experience in this new world, where quirks and heroes were a reality rather than mere fantasy. For the first few weeks, life had been difficult. YN struggled to survive, often going to bed hungry. However, an elderly couple eventually took him in, providing him with food and shelter. Even after he discovered his quirk, they treated him no differently, leaving him feeling eternally grateful. When asked about the couple's whereabouts now, YN explained that they were with their daughter, and he was working as a designer for her company, adding to the list of people he felt indebted to. Tsukachi inquired why YN had chosen to become a vigilante. With determination shining in his eyes, YN slammed his cuffed hands on the table, expressing his belief that not everyone could be saved by heroes. He argued that while the prominent heroes made significant contributions, they couldn't address every crime or injustice occurring in the shadows. This conviction led him to adopt the persona of Black Mask, working to support the heroes from behind the scenes. The adults absorbed his words, the atmosphere thick with contemplation. The white creature huffed in amusement, glancing at Tsukachi and the tired man. Both nodded in acknowledgement. Tsukachi broke the silence, remarking on how informative YN's account had been. To their surprise, both YN and Mike reacted in unison, expressing disbelief that they were being taken seriously. Tsukachi explained that, based on the information they had no choice but to believe him. He then posed a proposition to YN, one that could determine his fate. He asked if YN was aware of the hero school in Yuzurifu. When YN nodded, Tsukachi suggested that he could enroll in the hero course under his recommendation. YN's eyes widened in shock. He hesitated, expressing concern about abandoning his current role as a vigilante. Tsukachi reassured him that accepting the offer would mean dropping all previous charges, granting him freedom, but he would need to fully commit to being a student at UA. Alternatively, he could face a few years in jail, after which he might or might not continue his vigilantism. The choice lay before YN, a pivotal moment that could change the course of his life. But in the end, one might just get caught again, leading back to square one. The white creature presented two choices to YN, approaching him on the table while holding an old key in his right hand and a new one in the other, symbolizing his options. YN contemplated his choices. On the surface, it should have been an easy decision. Not everyone gets to live out their biggest dream. Sorry, Kusei, but I'll be attending you today before you. Finalizing his thoughts, YN reached out with his cuffed hand for the new key. He expressed his gratitude, acknowledging the principle. As he accepted the key, the cuffs were unlocked, freeing YN from his restraints. Massaging his wrist, he looked at the adults present. He wondered what would happen next, pocketing the key. The man with the scarf sighed as he stood up. First, they needed to get him a uniform. It wouldn't take long, they would get his measurements after leaving the room. YN felt relief at finally being free from the metal chair, discreetly rubbing his sore backside. Tsukachi shook his head at the retreating figure of the teen while sharing a glance with the principal. The detective bid farewell to the two UDA staff members as he exited the room, expressing his concern about the decision to Principal Nizu. They decided to have faith in YN. Later that night, the man in black, now known to YN as Aizawa, drove him to a clothing store to quickly arrange for his UDA uniform. It appeared to be a regular clothing store that UDA frequently used for uniforms. After a quick round of measurements, the uniform was ready in under an hour. YN marveled at the UDA Hero Course uniform. The overall gray color was simple yet specific. Aizawa explained that the uniform was for P. He then handed YN a piece of paper, which YN scanned as they got back in the car. Aizawa occasionally glanced at YN, who was still puzzled by the paper. Being helpful, Aizawa briefly explained that it was for YN's hero costume. He encouraged YN to be imaginative but advised him to ensure the costume was functional. Noted, YN thought. A little while later, the car stopped, indicating they had arrived. Stepping out, YN looked around, confused. This wasn't his apartment. Aizawa explained that he didn't want to risk YN going off on his own again, so he would be bunking with him for the time being. YN noted the lack of trust in that statement. At least he knew how much they trusted him. He exited the car, carrying the clothes Aizawa had bought him, and followed Aizawa into the house. As Aizawa unlocked the door, YN was taken aback by the well-kept, organized interior. It was almost as if Aizawa hadn't touched anything since moving in. YN separated himself from Aizawa and headed to the singular couch, placing the new clothes on the coffee table in front of him. He plopped onto the couch with a soft thud and a sigh. Almost a year in, he thought to himself, letting his quirk dance around his arm. It traveled up to his upper arm before disappearing under his clothes. It reminded him of various anime characters who could control shadows, even Marvel's anti-hero, Venom. His thoughts were interrupted when a towel hit him in the head, knocking him sideways. Shooting back up, YN glared at Aizawa, who returned the glare. Aizawa told YN to clean himself up, throwing a set of toiletries at him, which he caught easily. YN examined the cheap toothbrush, toothpaste, and small bottles of shampoo and liquid soap. He jokingly asked if Aizawa was his mother before turning back to him. Suddenly, the sound of the shower running filled the bathroom, accompanied by the aggressive sound of someone brushing their teeth. Aizawa asked if YN was sleeping on the couch, noticing YN preparing for bed with a pillow and a blanket already on his legs. Where did he even get those? Aizawa thought but dismissed it for later. Both had changed into sleepwear. YN had to borrow one of Aizawa's smaller shirts and trousers, but it would do for now. YN stated that he didn't expect Aizawa to give a total stranger a bed to sleep in, especially an ex-vigilante like him. Aizawa sighed and walked toward YN's makeshift bed on the couch, snatching the pillow from under him. YN's head fell onto the armrest with a hard thud. YN protested, activating his quirk to retrieve his pillow. But suddenly, his quirk vanished in a puff of black, causing him to launch his hand outward in vain. Just like in the alley, he thought, scanning the room for the source of his quirk being shut off. Aizawa explained that he could deactivate other people's quirks with a glance, his eyes glowing a dangerous red. So that was why he couldn't use it in the alley. It was Aizawa all along. YN muttered to himself, impressed by Aizawa's quirk. It allowed him to fight anyone as if they were quirkless, making it easier since people relied heavily on their quirks. Hearing a former foe praise him shook Aizawa slightly. Shaking his head, Aizawa urged YN to settle down. Aizawa offered YN the use of a guest room. As he glanced back at the teen, he noticed that the ex-vigilante had not attempted to escape, despite the numerous opportunities. The trust and cooperation YN displayed marked a positive point in Aizawa's eyes. YN shrugged at the older man's statement, stood up with the blanket in hand, and followed him. He thought to himself that perhaps the gruff old man wasn't so bad after all. Suddenly, the sound of a phone alarm echoed through the room, abruptly silenced by YN, who had just awakened with a tired groan. He sat up in bed, stretched his arms, and scratched his head, looking around in confusion as he realized he did not recognize the room. He muttered to himself about his location, and as he did, the memories of the previous night flooded back to him, fully waking him up. He recalled being caught by the heroes and needing to go to UA. His gaze fell on the neatly ironed uniform hanging by the window. After another stretch that produced satisfying pops from his joints, YN kicked himself off the bed and landed on the floor. He declared it was time for a new daily routine. Since he couldn't go outside without Aizawa's supervision, YN was limited to indoor warm-ups and workouts for the time being. He started with 3 sets of 35 push-ups, followed by various push-up variations like archer push-ups, spike push-ups, and reverse push-ups. After completing the last set, he let out a breathy sigh, feeling that his body was warmed up for the next activity. Next, he focused on core exercises. Although he preferred using a bar, he opted for basic exercises in this unfamiliar room. He began with a plank, holding it for 3 sets of 5 minutes. Once finished, he moved on to other core workouts, such as sit-ups. His routine lasted about an hour, and when he finally finished, he checked the time on his phone, slightly out of breath from the exercises. He stood up and noticed a large mirror beside the bed. In the mirror, he saw his reflection. His physique, while not entirely new due to his reincarnation, showed signs of his past as a vigilante, with a few small scars. He had built some muscle, though he still retained a lanky appearance that suited his overall structure. YN focused on his arms and stomach, admiring the six-pack he had developed. He thought to himself that he never would have imagined having such abs in his previous life. As he continued to admire his hard work, the door to the guest room swung open, revealing Aizawa in his hero costume, holding a mug of coffee. Aizawa was surprised to see YN already awake, noting that the bed had been made. He asked YN why he was sweating, sounding a bit concerned. YN simply replied that he was exercising as he walked past Aizawa toward the bathroom, holding his UA uniform. Aizawa, a mix of amusement and surprise in his tone, commented on the energy of teenagers as he left the room. After a quick shower and changing into his uniform, YN made his way downstairs to the living room. Aizawa called out to him, standing behind the kitchen counter wearing a blue apron over his work clothes. YN raised an eyebrow at the sight, wishing he could take a picture but knowing it would likely earn him a stern reaction from the hero. Aizawa pointed out the breakfast he had prepared, which consisted of several sandwiches. YN acknowledged the meal and headed to the kitchen to enjoy the graciously prepared breakfast. As he munched on a sandwich, YN asked if he needed to bring anything else to class, wondering if he was expected to carry stationery and books all the time. Aizawa assured him that arrangements would be made later at UA but emphasized the need to get to class. YN nodded as he continued eating until it was time to leave. Aizawa warned him that his class was quite unique and that he should be prepared for a barrage of unusual questions, especially regarding his quirk. YN looked at Aizawa, now his homeroom teacher, with a confused expression. Aizawa simply told him that he would see when they arrived. This was supposed to be one chapter only, but YN didn't want to set a high expectation to write over 5,000 words for each chapter. So, he decided to stay tuned for part 2 of Revelation and Enrollment. That same morning while having breakfast, YN was on the phone, saying he needed to go and would call back later. Aizawa, his homeroom teacher, inquired if it was a friend. YN replied it was a wrong number. Aizawa then asked if YN saw himself as a glass half full or half empty kind of person. YN confidently stated he was half full, and that the water was constantly rising, humorously suggesting it would soon escape its container and consume them all. Aizawa warned YN that his class was quite unique, and he should be ready for some unusual questions, especially about his quirk. While driving, Aizawa provided this small pointer about the class YN would be attending. YN looked at Aizawa with a confused expression, but Aizawa assured him he would see when he got there. As YN wandered the massive halls of UA, he realized he was getting lost. Aizawa had left him to explore since it was early, but UA felt more like a mansion or palace with its many halls and rooms leading to unknown places. He stumbled upon a large metal door labeled Workshop and had a sneaking suspicion that he should avoid it, so he walked away. Exploring further, YN noticed the halls were beginning to fill with students. He needed to find Class 1A, so he scanned the area for anyone he recognized. The only familiar faces were Deku, Yaoyorozu, and the brown-haired girl Deku had a crush on. As he peeked around a corner, he noticed other students passing by, giving him strange looks, but he brushed it off. He needed to get to class on time. Who knew what the principal would do if he was late on his first day? Frustrated, YN wondered aloud if anyone from 1A was ever on time when he noticed a certain boy with bicolored hair. He recognized him as Todoroki Shoto, also a student in Class 1A. Meanwhile, Todoroki's day-to-day life was as exciting as it was bland. He woke up at 6 a.m., endured rigorous training with his father, Endeavor, until 7 a.m., and then prepared for school. After breakfast prepared by his sister, Fuyumi, he headed to UA to pursue his dream of becoming a hero, determined not to follow in his father's footsteps. As he walked to class, Todoroki had a strange feeling that someone was following him. He couldn't be sure, but he dismissed the thought, assuming it was just another student. Arriving at class right on time, he pushed the sliding door open and greeted his fellow early classmate, Tokoyami, who was sitting at his table in a rather elaborate manner. Taking his seat at the back, Todoroki noticed a new table beside him. He raised an eyebrow in curiosity and glanced at Tokoyami, who shook his head as if to say he didn't know anything about it. Just then, the door opened, and a new student entered. Wearing the UA uniform, the newcomer looked around, muttering to himself as he approached the class signboard to confirm. It was indeed Class 1A. The new student, Wyan, took a seat beside Todoroki and awkwardly introduced himself, correcting himself to follow Japanese customs. Todoroki responded with his name but remained focused on the front of the class, leaving Yn feeling a bit coldly received. Undeterred, Yn turned to Tokoyami, introducing himself enthusiastically. Tokoyami, surprised but polite, returned the greeting. Curious about Tokoyami's quirk, Yn asked him about it. Tokoyami explained that his quirk was called Dark Shadow, which manifested as a sentient shadow that sprouted from his torso, forming a bird-headed figure. The shadow greeted Yn with enthusiasm, and he responded in kind, impressed by the unique ability. Yn then shared that his quirk was Dark Whip, allowing him to produce a whip-like shadow. He demonstrated by raising his arm, showcasing the shadowy whip. Black and shadow-like tendrils began to dance acrossYn's skin in a mesmerizing way. He then called the tendrils back, watching as they slowly retracted into his body. With this ability, he could shoot out a long whip to attach to almost any surface, allowing him to swing around effortlessly. Tokoyami, intrigued, notedYn's high mobility. Yn nodded in response, excitedly sharing that he could swing around just like a superhero from a comic he had read. Tokoyami raised an eyebrow, curious about this superhero. When Yn realized he had let slip the name of a foreign character, he quickly clarified that it was just a comic he had read some time ago. Tokoyami seemed to accept this explanation, and Yn sighed in relief. The two continued their conversation, discussing various topics, though Tokoyami frequently mentioned darkness. As time passed, voices began to gather outside the classroom, signaling the arrival ofYn's new classmates. He bid farewell to Tokoyami and returned to his seat, bracing himself for the barrage of questions that would soon come. The door slid open, and students filled the classroom, chatting amongst themselves. One girl, a brunette, pointed at Yn and asked who he was. Yn recognized her from the time he had saved her and Yayorozu in an alley but decided to keep that to himself for now. As she called him out, other students began to take notice, each bearing their own questions. A girl with bright pink hair exclaimed in surprise at the new student's late arrival. Others chimed in, speculating about his identity and why he was late. A green-haired boy muttered something, seemingly recognizing North but unable to place him. The students buzzed with curiosity until the pink-haired girl approached Yn, demanding to know his name and quirk. Yn flinched slightly at her enthusiasm. Another student, with yellow hair streaked with black, echoed her excitement, while a red-haired boy pumped his fists, generating sparks with his movements. A boy in glasses attempted to restore order, insisting that questions should be asked in a more civilized manner. Yn chuckled at their enthusiasm, reminded of Aizawa's earlier words about his new classmates. Just as Yn tried to calm the excitement, he noticed the green-haired boy muttering to himself. Although he looked a bit different, the freckles on his face confirmedYn's suspicion. Recognizing him, Yn called out to Deku, causing the boy to jolt in surprise. One of the classmates asked if Midoriya knew Yn, making him shrink back slightly. Midoriya hesitated, unsure if he recognized Yn. Yn laughed, reminding Midoriya of their previous encounter at the park, where he had been a nervous wreck. Midoriya's eyes widened in recognition as he recalled the kind stranger who had offered him support. Yn pointed to himself, confirming his identity. Midoriya, shyly looking away, admitted to having made some changes since their last meeting. Yn noted his shyness, realizing he should have read more about the characters. As the class began to get to know Yn, he scanned the room, searching for a familiar face. Just then, two more students entered the classroom. One girl with purple hair and a lighter shade for streaks remarked on the early hour, wearing the UA uniform like the others. YN raised an eyebrow, wondering if she and the blonde boy were a pair. Then he spotted Momo. Excitedly, he waved at her, congratulating her on her success in the sports festival. Yayarose's eyes widened in surprise as she recognized YN, a friend she had met during an unexpected encounter in Mizudafu. Overwhelmed with joy, she asked why he was there. YN began to explain but was cut off when Yayarozu covered his mouth, flustered. Kirishima, the red-haired boy, smirked, commenting on their apparent camaraderie. Ashido, the pink girl, playfully interjected, teasing Yayarozu about having a boyfriend outside of school. Yayarozu quickly denied it, insisting that YN was just a friend. The rich girl exclaimed with a blush still on her face. With his mouth free from the confines of her hands, YN looked at both girls. He feigned a pained expression for dramatic effect and remarked that he was hurt for not being informed about them. Momo replied that they hadn't exactly asked about him, to which YN responded with playful surprise, noting the familiarity in their names. He wondered what was going on with her. Mina, slightly shaking the pinkette by the shoulders, pleaded with her to stop. A tired voice interrupted, belonging to their homeroom teacher, Aizawa, who commented on the seemingly boundless energy of the students. He then turned to YN, reminding him that he was fortunate to be at UA. If not, the tether attached to his ankle would have caused him trouble. YN awkwardly laughed, while the rest of the class shared a collective thought about the device. Aizawa dismissed the earlier tension and handed YN a board, marker, and a sheet of paper. YN took it, confused about what he was supposed to do with it. Aizawa explained that since YN was new, he had missed many lectures and needed to think of a hero name and choose an agency for his internship. YN was overwhelmed, realizing he had missed significant plot points and would have to catch up on his own. Aizawa then instructed him to introduce himself to the class. Turning around, YN noticed that all his classmates were already seated, shaking off his confusion before beginning his introduction. He greeted the class, stating his name and expressing pleasure at meeting them. The class reciprocated his sentiment. Suddenly, Mina raised her hand and asked about his relationship with Yayarozu, who blushed slightly at the back of the class. YN simply stated that they were friends. Aizawa reminded him to share more, implying there was something else to reveal. YN sighed, realizing he couldn't keep it a secret any longer. He shared that he was, or rather had been, a vigilante. The revelation sparked murmurs and speculation among his classmates, and he wondered what Midoriya and Momo thought of him now. Someone in the class noted that if YN was there, it meant the principal had given him a second chance, suggesting he must be decent. Another student questioned how the principal could give a second chance to a vigilante. Aizawa clarified that Principal Nizu saw potential in YN to change for the better, but reminded him not to get complacent, as the other students were just as capable. Aizawa then instructed Yayarozu to help YN catch up on the previous day's lesson, noting their apparent closeness. As YN returned to his seat beside her, he felt a mix of emotions, still downcast. To his surprise, Yayarozu seemed indifferent about his revelation. She pulled out her notebook filled with notes from the previous class and began explaining what they had covered. YN was taken aback by her calm demeanor and asked if she was upset. She admitted to being a bit disappointed that he hadn't told her but expressed relief at finally confirming he was Black Mask. YN felt a wave of emotion wash over him. In that moment, it seemed like he had someone on his side in this new world, easing his worries. Midoriya, overhearing Yayarozu, exclaimed in shock, prompting the entire class to react with disbelief. They were all surprised to learn about YN's identity as Black Mask, a vigilante who had acted heroically in the past. Midoriya excitedly recounted how Black Mask had always selflessly helped others, and the class buzzed with admiration. One student expressed skepticism, suggesting YN might be lying for recognition. However, Tokoyami, who rarely spoke, vouched for YN, urging him to demonstrate his abilities. YN, still disoriented by the sudden shift in the class's attitude, stood up and performed a flip, using his quirk to hang upside down from the ceiling in a signature pose. The class was in awe, with one student asking for an autograph, having followed YN's journey online since its inception. The pink girl excitedly showed her phone and a board typically used for autographs. Suddenly, a stern voice interrupted, sending chills down the spines of all the students. It was Aizawa, his eyes glowing red and his scarf floating ominously as he glared at the class, prompting them to quickly return to their seats. YN, who had been hanging from the ceiling, fell to the ground as his quirk was unexpectedly cancelled. Aizawa firmly stated that they didn't have time to indulge in fanfare and needed to focus on class. After a brief recap from Yaoyorozu, YN stood at the front of the podium, holding a board with a name written on it. He announced that the name was quite well known and declared that he would be using it as his hero name. From that moment on, he was officially Black Mask, a hero. The afternoon class session was underway, and excitement filled the air as some of the boys expressed their enthusiasm after a long hour of heroics history. YN leaned forward to Yaoyorozu, curious about the upcoming class. She confirmed that Heroics 101 was indeed what he thought it was, explaining that it focused on the physical aspects of hero training. As they moved to Gym Gamma, YN packed his belongings into the new school bag that Mr. Aizawa had generously provided. The class split into boys and girls to change into their hero costumes. As YN began to undress, a collective gasp echoed through the room. Mineta, looking a bit horrified, pointed out the scars on YN's back, prompting YN to turn and look at him with a puzzled expression. Kaminari chimed in, asking about the scars as well. Ida, the class president, admonished them for their insensitivity, but YN reassured him that it was fine. The scars were numerous but not overly alarming. Midoriya glanced at his own scarred palm, reflecting on their shared experiences. YN explained that he had received the scars while out as Black Mask, recalling the early days of his vigilante life with a hint of discomfort. He admitted that he wasn't proud of them, as most were the result of his own mistakes, but he took pride in having survived. Kirishima declared the scars as manly battle marks, recalling a fight YN had with a villain. Kaminari praised YN for his quick recovery, which made YN smile modestly. Midoriya expressed admiration for YN's resilience, and YN finally accepted their compliments, realizing they would continue otherwise. An irritated voice interrupted the moment as a boy with ash-blonde hair brushed past YN, clearly annoyed. YN recognized him but chose not to dwell on it. Midoriya offered an apology on behalf of the class, explaining that the boy was likely upset about YN's recognition. YN waved it off, indicating he had faced worse. Once in Gym Gamma, the class gathered in the center, where Aizawa stood with a clipboard, surveying the colorful group. He spotted YN chatting with Yaoyorozu and Jairu at the back. Yaoyorozu commented on YN's new outfit, and Jairu teased him about moving away from his previous brooding look. YN explained that his vigilante outfit had become too worn and that he preferred not to attract too much attention. Aizawa then addressed the class, reminding them that their internships would begin in a week and that they needed to submit their hero choices by Friday. He called out YN's name, announcing that he would have a quirk apprehension test, which would differ from the standard due to his late start in the semester. The mention of a different test sparked murmurs among the students. Aizawa's unnerving grin hinted at the challenge ahead. He explained that YN would face an obstacle course against some classmates, followed by a one-on-one match. A hologram appeared, displaying 2 timers. YN had 20 minutes for the obstacle course and 10 for the duel. Aizawa called on Cementos, who began to create structures in the gym, transforming it into a replica of a city, a rural area, and a parkour course, culminating in a tall tower with a red flag at the top. YN was tasked with catching the flag before anyone else, with Ida, Azui, Kaminari, and Siro assigned to different sections to prevent his success. Aizawa encouraged YN to give it his all before stepping away. YN gazed at the massive obstacle course, mentally preparing for the challenge ahead. YN looked at the obstacle course and muttered to himself about the challenge ahead. Jairu, ever the supportive friend, offered a half-hearted good luck. YN responded with a hint of sarcasm, acknowledging the lack of enthusiasm. As YN stretched, preparing for the task, he noticed Midoriya approaching him with urgency. Midoriya seemed a bit flustered, questioning whether he was supposed to be there. He pulled out a notebook filled with notes about Ida and the others, but YN quickly interrupted him. YN appreciated Midoriya's intentions but wanted to face the challenge on his own terms. He believed that relying on others' knowledge wouldn't help him grow stronger. With a friendly smile, he pushed the notebook back toward Midoriya, who was taken aback by YN's determination. It was the second time someone had chosen not to use his insights in a competitive setting. Understanding YN's perspective, Midoriya nodded in agreement. Aizawa's voice crackled through the microphone, asking if YN was ready. The other students watched with anticipation, surprised by the nickname Aizawa used for him. YN responded with a thumbs up, which Aizawa barely noticed but assumed was affirmative. With a blank round in hand, Aizawa pressed the trigger, and a loud bang echoed through the air. The sound signaled the start of YN's 20-minute run on the obstacle course, and he immediately sprang into action. A little short this time, hopefully, everyone doesn't mind. Think of it as suspense, perhaps? But don't worry, the next chapter should be a bit longer than usual. Starting with a sprint, YN pulled a mask over half of his face, his usual trademark. Throwing his arm out, his quirk launched him forward, propelling him toward a swing. He recalled the UA Sports Festival, trying to remember the quirks of his classmates. Ida, known for his speed, was a formidable opponent in the urban area. Suddenly, the sound of an engine roared from around the corner of the city replica. YN spotted Ida, charging straight at him with determination. YN noted Ida's tense demeanor and prepared for the encounter. Ida declared his intentions as a hero, vowing to stop YN from escaping. YN decided to play along, swinging higher as he responded to the challenge. He enjoyed the roleplay, feeling the thrill of the chase. But then Ida shouted, attempting to hinder his movement. YN felt a sudden pull at his feet, halting him midair. He looked down to see a rope wrapped around his ankle. Ida explained that Yaoyorozu had provided him with the rope, which only annoyed YN further. He groaned, wishing he hadn't engaged in inside jokes with friends. Gathering his strength, YN yanked his leg free, surprising Ida and creating an opening. He quickly used his quirk to ensnare Ida's leg in darkness, causing Ida to stumble backward. Seizing the opportunity, YN sprinted toward the flag, but Ida was hot on his heels. As Ida closed in, he leaped and attempted an overhead kick. YN ducked just in time, narrowly avoiding the strike. He prepared to counter, but Ida was quick, retreating from YN's punch. With a surge of energy, YN activated his leg boosters, propelling himself into the air. He realized that Ida was not an easy opponent and that he needed to strategize to get past him. Using his quirk, YN pulled himself down for a drop kick, channeling a childhood hero as he executed the move. Unfortunately, Ida blocked the attack with ease, showcasing his superior strength. YN gritted his teeth, knowing he had to catch up. He backflipped away, readying himself for another strike. He rushed in, throwing a right hook, but Ida responded in kind. Their fists nearly collided, but YN ducked under Ida's attack, wrapping his arms around Ida's upper body for a move he called Annie's takedown. However, Ida's strength proved overwhelming. YN froze in realization as Ida's legs remained firm against his grip. Seizing the moment, Ida delivered a swift jab to YN's stomach, knocking the wind out of him. YN gasped, struggling to regain his composure, but Ida followed up with a powerful roundhouse kick to his chest, sending him skidding back. Meanwhile, the rest of the class watched the match from a viewing room, surprised by Ida's display of strength against the newcomer. Reactions varied among them, with some commenting on Ida's intensity. Yaoyorozu felt a mix of pride and concern as she witnessed the overpowering exchange. Gasping for air, YN looked at Ida with a pained expression, yet he managed a smile, ready to continue the fight. Midoriya recalled YN's words through the screen, reminiscent of an incident that occurred shortly after the UA Sports Festival. Ida, with an air of authority, explained that Mr. Aizawa wanted them to give their all during training, so he was simply following orders. He approached his winded opponent, brandishing a roll of white capture tape, but had to sidestep quickly when two of YN's dark whips shot past him, narrowly missing. Ida commented on the poor execution of the attack, continuing his advance toward YN. YN smirked, suggesting that he hadn't been aiming for Ida at all. With a swift pull of his quirk, YN retracted the dark whip, along with something he had grabbed from the ground. The sound of concrete clattering echoed as Ida turned to investigate. Fortunately for YN, the concrete light pole replica he had snagged struck Ida squarely on the head. Seizing the opportunity while Ida was disoriented, YN activated his leg boosters. Instead of jumping high, he propelled himself forward, raising his knee to connect with Ida's chin, knocking him out. The class president's body fell back, hitting the ground with a dull thud. The other classmates winced at the sight, feeling as if they could almost sense the impact. YN looked down at the unconscious Ida, feeling a mix of guilt and satisfaction. He whispered an apology while binding Ida with the capture tape, then continued toward his goal with 14 minutes remaining. As he swung through the course, the cement surroundings began to shift into a forest-like environment. He landed on a cement branch and tapped it lightly, confirming its solidity. Regret washed over him for hitting Ida with the pole, but he shook off the thought, needing to concentrate. Suddenly, he heard rapid footsteps approaching. Reacting quickly, YN dodged a kick aimed at his head. Ajui's calm voice declared her intent to stop him, signaling her seriousness. Both hero-in-training took their stances, ready for battle. YN launched his dark whip at Ajui, who skillfully dodged and countered with a leap, aiming a kick at him. He blocked her kick with crossed arms and pushed her away, then used his quirk to latch onto her feet, swinging her to the ground. Ajui, familiar with being thrown around, used her frog quirk to save herself from a hard fall. With a swift motion, she redirected herself and launched at YN, only to find him missing. She searched frantically for him, but he suddenly appeared, binding her with his dark whip and pinning her down. Curious, Ajui asked how he had disappeared so quickly. YN explained that his quirk wasn't just for swinging, it allowed him to blend into the shadows of the forest-like environment for a sneak attack. After tying her to a tree, he checked the tightness of the capture tape, ensuring it wasn't too constricting. Ajui shook her head, indicating it was fine. As YN prepared to leave, Ajui expressed her disappointment in not being a greater challenge. She felt embarrassed for her earlier bravado. YN reassured her that she had put up a good fight, noting her instincts and the clever camouflage trick she had used. He encouraged her, reminding her that everyone has their unique strengths. Ajui nodded, feeling uplifted by his words. YN, with a playful remark, bid her farewell and continued through the obstacle course, now with 9 minutes left. As he entered the parkour section, he spotted Kaminari's bright yellow hair. Using one of the stone bars, YN leaped off with impressive height, propelled by his leg boosters. Midair, he used his quirk in the direction of the blonde, hoping to quickly subdue him. Fortunately for his opponent, Kaminari had impressive reaction time and reflexes that aided him in battles. He barely dodged the whip and hopped off in the same direction, landing a few feet away from where YN had eventually landed. Cracks formed beneath YN, earning a squeak of fear from Kaminari. Kaminari exclaimed in surprise, realizing the danger he was in. YN clarified that he was trying to be a hero, not a villain. Kaminari, realizing the obvious, let out a sound of understanding. Seizing the opportunity, YN charged at him, launching a barrage of punches and kicks. Once again, Kaminari managed to evade them all. YN complimented Kaminari on his reflexes as he dropped to all fours and swung his leg under Kaminari's, who hopped over it and dodged another punch aimed at his gut. Both YN and Kaminari were breathing heavily, clearly exhausted from dodging each other's attacks. YN thought to himself that he had spent 4 minutes trying to land a hit, realizing that this strategy wouldn't work. He glanced at his watch, noting that there were 5 minutes left until the end of the challenge. Gritting his teeth, YN understood that Kaminari was trying to wear him down. Meanwhile, Kaminari felt relieved that he had followed Mr. Aizawa's instruction to conserve his quirk. As both teams caught their breath, Kaminari was surprised when YN charged in again, only to trip over a slightly elevated part of the ground. The words of his homeroom teacher echoed in Kaminari's mind, advising him to wait for an opening when both were tired before using his quirk at full power. Without hesitation, it was Kaminari's turn to charge at YN, jumping and positioning himself to deliver a powerful blow while charging up his quirk. He declared his move, but YN had anticipated this and used his quirk to shoot out a dark whip at Kaminari. The black mass blocked the high discharge of electricity, neutralizing Kaminari's attack. After a few seconds, the crackling of electricity faded. YN released his hold on Kaminari, revealing a dazed version of him, walking around aimlessly while giving thumbs up. YN expressed slight pity for Kaminari's predicament as he steadied his breath, glancing at his watch, which showed less than 4 minutes remaining. Hastily, YN tied up the blonde and sprinted toward his final destination, using his quirk to swing through the course. He skidded to a stop, craning his neck to see the top of the towering cement structure, nearly as tall as the gym's ceiling. With less than 3 minutes left, he prepared to use his quirk to slingshot himself upward, but suddenly, a bunch of white tape was thrown into his arms, binding them together. Realizing it was Zero, who was in costume and using tape from his elbow, YN felt frustrated. Zero playfully asked if he couldn't have this one moment. YN apologized curtly, but black substances began to seep out from his bound arms, shooting out at high speed towards Zero and bursting the tape. Zero narrowly dodged the attack, not noticing YN's escape toward the finish line. Determined, Zero shot his own tape at YN's leg to hinder his progress. Clicking his tongue in annoyance, YN pulled out a hidden knife and cut through the tape, allowing him to advance without further interruption. Zero was shocked to see YN wielding a knife, but YN pressed on and ultimately reached the flag with just 10 seconds to spare. Back with the rest of the class, YN was allowed to rest for a few minutes before moving on to the next challenge, a one-on-one fight. Kirishima approached him, eyes sparkling with admiration, praising YN's agility and skill. Midoriya joined in, holding a slightly charred notebook, commenting on YN's unusual but effective techniques in combat, though he suggested improvements in martial arts. YN smiled awkwardly at the compliments, feeling unaccustomed to such direct praise. He brushed it off, downplaying his performance. Midoriya continued to ramble about YN's good deeds, momentarily interrupted by YN's modesty. Turning around, YN noticed Yaoyorozu, the only friend he had made since his reincarnation. She appeared to be avoiding eye contact, prompting him to approach her. He smiled and asked if the hook on a rope was her idea. Yaoyorozu responded with a nervous smile, trying to deflect the question. YN pressed on, recalling how Ida had mentioned that she provided him with equipment to counter YN's quirk. Caught off guard, Yaoyorozu flinched, admitting it was a payback for when YN had startled her during an earlier grocery run. YN reminded her that they had been pressed for time, and she insisted that it was an unnecessary and illegal course of action. YN defended his choice as a quick solution, and they shared a light-hearted banter, showcasing a growing camaraderie between them. Uraraka commented that Jairu seemed close with her, and the entire class observed the playful banter among friends. Ishido chimed in with a mischievous smile, suggesting that it meant they were indeed close. Aizawa, with his signature stern expression and piercing red eyes, interrupted the chatter, directing his gaze specifically at YN and Yaoyorozu. The two teens fell silent. YN let out an awkward chuckle while Yaoyorozu appeared embarrassed, her composure shaken in front of her classmates. Aizawa reminded them that they would be participating in one-on-one sparring matches against one of 3 opponents, Todoroki, Bakugo, or Kirishima. At the mention of their names, Todoroki showed little interest in being a choice for the fight. In contrast, Bakugo was eager to take on the so-called famous vigilante, viewing anyone who engaged in illegal activities with their quirks as villains, including YN. Kirishima, on the other hand, was surprised to even be mentioned. Aizawa, with his usual unsettling smile, asked who they wanted to fight. YN's shenanigans. YN, wearing sunglasses, decided he no longer wanted to be cool and threw them away. They hit the uneven ground and bounced back, landing right back on his face. With a resigned expression, he acknowledged that he had no choice but to keep them. Chapter end. YN reflected on the past year, realizing there was a significant gap in his story since his reincarnation and arrival at UA. He pondered recreating the 2 movies of The Amazing Spider-Man as a tribute to the beloved character. Chapter End. YN finally made his decision about his opponent and pointed at the ash-blonde student, declaring he would fight him. The class gasped collectively, surprised by his choice. Kaminari expressed his disbelief, while Siro pointed out that YN could have chosen a different opponent, like Kirishima, who felt the sting of that implication. In a prep room, YN finalized his hero costume and equipment when Yaoyorozu and Midoriya approached him. With a confident smile, YN reassured them that he wasn't recklessly overconfident, he had his own strategies in mind. Yaoyorozu questioned whether he had some confidence in winning, to which YN offered no comment. As YN and Bakugo faced each other, Bakugo wore a wild grin, eager to confront YN. He expressed his intent to give YN a well-deserved beating, crouching into a battle stance. YN, adopting a defensive posture, remarked on Bakugo's aggression. Aizawa explained the rules, stating that the goal was to make the opponent forfeit. YN questioned the usual rules just as the buzzer rang, and Bakugo charged at him with explosive speed. YN managed to dodge Bakugo's initial attack, bending backward just in time. He grinned at the challenge and prepared to counterattack. He kicked at Bakugo, but only managed to hit his support item, the large grenades on his arms. YN wondered how Bakugo could move with such heavy equipment. Just as he attempted to retreat, Bakugo grabbed his leg and threw him to the ground. YN shook off the daze and looked up at Bakugo, who was slightly stung from the kick. Bakugo shouted about YN's strength, propelling himself toward YN with his quirk. Regaining his composure, YN used his quirk to pull himself away from Bakugo's attack and retaliated with tendrils that shot toward Bakugo at high speed. Bakugo dodged, using his quirk to propel himself away. As they engaged in hand-to-hand combat, Kirishima commented on their speed, while Midoriya noted Bakugo's quick reaction times. Yaoyorozu observed that YN had proven himself as a capable vigilante, suggesting he had a solid grasp of his skills. YN ducked under an explosive punch and managed to grip Bakugo's support item, surprising him. He executed a shoulder throw, but Bakugo used his quirk to avoid the impact. Bakugo shouted in anger, lunging at YN, who dodged by backflipping. Seizing the opportunity, YN charged up his support item midair and delivered a powerful kick to Bakugo, sending him tumbling away. YN landed safely while Bakugo struggled to stand, clutching his side and glaring at YN with a menacing grin, almost seeming to enjoy the challenge. Smaller explosions erupted as Bakugo launched himself at YN again, but this time he opted for a different approach. Skidding on the ground to slow himself, YN then sprinted forward, his palm charged with energy. He assumed a defensive stance, preparing for whatever the ash-blonde hero in training would throw at him. Bakugo launched an explosive punch, and YN readied to counter with a grab. However, Bakugo suddenly leaped upward, leaving behind a smokescreen, and appeared behind YN. With a menacing grin, he unleashed an explosion that struck YN's back. YN let out a cry of pain, tumbling forward. He raised a leg to retaliate, but his uneven footing caused him to fall and roll to soften the impact. Turning around, he knelt low on the ground, his eyes wary and focused on his opponent. His mind raced with thoughts of the mistake that allowed Bakugo to strike him. Bakugo taunted him, a sneering grin on his face, which irked YN. Undeterred, YN charged up his support item, declaring his determination. With a low hum, he followed up with a powerful jump, surprising Bakugo and forcing him into a defensive stance. Using his quirk, YN attached his support items to the ground near Bakugo and slingshot himself forward. He executed a rider kick aimed at Bakugo, but Bakugo dodged using his quirk, as expected. The sheer force of YN's kick sent debris and clouds of dust flying, causing Bakugo to grin nervously, though he would never admit it. Prepared for any attacks that might emerge from the dust, Bakugo was caught off guard when a dark whip shot out at high speed. Latching onto him, YN followed through from the clouds, his arm drawn back for a punch. Bakugo unleashed another explosion to defend himself, but YN ducked under it. With a swift movement, YN landed a punch on Bakugo's face, sending him tumbling. Bakugo attempted to rise for a counterattack but was halted by multiple sharp tendrils surrounding him. YN grinned while panting for air, asking if Bakugo was ready to give up. Despite the fight not being overly destructive, it had pushed YN to his limits. He rarely fought on fair grounds against an opponent. Most of the time, he relied on surprise attacks. Bakugo growled, recognizing when he was outmatched, but he refused to concede. Just then, both students jumped slightly at the sound of the buzzer and turned to the viewing room, where the digital timer for their fight had reached 0. "Good fight, both of you," Aizawa commented dryly as the boys entered the viewing room. Kirishima eagerly praised them, his face shining with admiration. Midoriya chimed in, complimenting YN's impressive fighting moves and how he weaved around attacks, showcasing his experience as a vigilante, especially against Bakugo. Midoriya jolted when he felt a sharp glare directed at him, as if it could pierce through him. More students gathered around, either complimenting or observing the two teens. Aizawa then called for order, sending Bakugo back to join the other classmates before turning to YN. "Ellen, you realize you didn't technically win that one-on-one, right?" he stated, surprising the entire class. YN acknowledged this, admitting he hadn't made Bakugo yield. He sighed, knowing he might face a heavy penalty as a result. "However, since you demonstrated exceptional performance in both tests, I'll lessen the penalty," Aizawa continued, surprising the class once more. "Write an essay on why you want to be a hero and submit it to me by tomorrow." Class dismissed. As the day ended, the classroom buzzed with chatter, primarily focused on YN's test as an ex-vigilante. YN tuned out most of the noise, staring at a blank page titled, "Why I Want to Be a Hero." He thought to himself that it was a no-brainer, spinning the pen in his hand. In a complex spin, the pen slipped from his grasp and rolled a few meters away. He grunted to himself as he walked over to retrieve it, only to collide with another person's hand. Apologizing, he recognized Midoriya, who smiled back at him. Midoriya handed YN the pen, and they exchanged pleasantries. YN asked if Midoriya was heading home, to which Midoriya shrugged, explaining he had errands to run. Curious, YN inquired about Midoriya's motivation to become a hero. Midoriya was surprised by the question, as YN didn't seem like the type to ask. Nevertheless, he eagerly shared his dream of saving everyone with a smile, inspired by All Might. YN observed the deep passion in Midoriya's eyes and reflected on his own circumstances. He nodded thoughtfully and then shared his own story, albeit with a twist. He explained that he had been born without a quirk, which surprised Midoriya, who felt a sense of relief knowing someone else had faced similar challenges. YN continued, mentioning that he had only gained his quirk last year. Midoriya was amazed by YN's mastery of his abilities, attributing it to his experience as a vigilante. YN elaborated on how, after finally obtaining his quirk, he felt a sense of purpose and responsibility. He recalled a villain attack where heroes were occupied with villains while crumbling buildings were left unattended, igniting a nagging feeling that he should be the one to help. YN felt a sense of satisfaction as he reflected on his recent experience. In a collapsing building, he had saved a group of children trapped by debris. Their relieved smiles and heartfelt gratitude filled him with joy. He realized that preserving the happiness of others was his true goal. He didn't need to win battles to achieve that. He would focus on saving people while the heroes fought the villains. With determination in his eyes, YN expressed his thoughts, leaving Midoriya momentarily speechless. As he became aware of his own passionate speech, YN felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He rubbed the back of his neck and looked away, wishing to downplay his earlier words. Feeling flustered, he muttered that it was a bit embarrassing and suggested that Midoriya forget his lengthy speech. Midoriya, however, quickly shook off his surprise and looked at YN with admiration. He acknowledged the nobility of YN's intentions and noted how impressive it was that he had acted on them so soon after gaining his quirk. Excitedly, Midoriya pulled out his hero analysis notebook, eager to add more information about YN. He began to scribble notes, his face a mix of focus and enthusiasm. YN was surprised to learn that Midoriya had been gathering information about him since his days as a vigilante. Midoriya's curiosity piqued as he inquired about YN's quirks and moveset, practically leaning in with eagerness for details. YN, happy to share, agreed to discuss his experiences. It was a rare opportunity for him to talk about his vigilantism with someone who understood. They settled at Midoriya's table, ready to dive into a canned A session. Meanwhile, Yaoyorozu Momo observed the two classmates from across the room, feeling a sense of relief and fondness for YN's ability to make new friends. She smiled to herself before glancing at the time and realizing she needed to leave for her private limousine. YN noticed Momo's gaze but didn't dwell on it, focusing instead on answering Midoriya's rapid-fire questions. He thought to himself that the day had turned out better than expected. Later that night, YN found himself in the Aizawa residence, working late into the early hours of Saturday morning. He sat on the couch with a cup of coffee and his laptop, typing away with visible strain on his face. Balancing his studies at UA with his work responsibilities had become increasingly challenging. He grumbled internally about the increased workload, grateful that Ms. Kai had given him extra time to complete his projects. Makino Kai, the head of the company where YN worked, was a strong leader with an intimidating presence at first glance. However, she was genuinely kind and compassionate, always willing to listen to her employees. YN felt deeply indebted to her for her understanding, especially since he had confided in her about attending UA. As he worked, he recalled how Kai had allowed him to prioritize his schoolwork, setting a deadline for his company tasks to be completed by Sunday night. He couldn't help but think of it as a last-minute assignment, reminiscent of his high school days. Just then, Aizawa entered the apartment, and YN continued to focus on his work, not acknowledging his presence. Aizawa, noticing the late hour, stood behind YN on the couch, concerned about his late-night habits. YN looked up and responded casually, stating that he could do whatever he wanted with his time and that he had a lot of work to finish. Aizawa reminded him that his teachers had praised him for completing their assignments, to which YN clarified that he was referring to his actual work. Curious, Aizawa leaned closer to YN's laptop, observing the website in development and the complex code on the screen. YN explained that he was creating a user-friendly website for his boss, who wanted it to be simple yet sophisticated in its coding. The sheer amount of codes to create was overwhelming. YN sighed as he leaned back on the couch for a moment of rest. He gestured toward the dinner table, indicating the meal he had prepared. Aizawa turned to look at the table, noticing the food laid out for him. "You can cook?" Aizawa asked, surprised. YN looked slightly offended. "What do you take me for? I'm almost 17 and used to be a vigilante. I should at least know how to cook." Aizawa's eyes widened in disbelief. "You're almost 17? How old are you this year?" "I'll be 17 next month." "Why do you ask?" YN replied. Aizawa shook his head in astonishment. "So, it was a good call to only have you work on weekends, Ms. Kai. My guardian is upset that I'm working for a company at my age. I didn't realize it was against the rules to work for a large company before turning 18. "Yeah, I kind of overlooked that," Kai, the CEO of the company YN worked for, admitted with a light laugh. "I was just so grateful that you were there for my parents while I was away that I wanted to reward you somehow." Her tone softened as she continued, "And just call me Kai. You're practically family now." She reminded him gently, "And don't forget to make sure you get enough sleep. Just because you can start working on projects during the weekends doesn't mean you have to dive into them right after school." YN rolled his eyes, feeling a mix of exasperation and affection. "I get it already. You're acting like my guardian." YN paused when he realized what he had just said. A small piece of his heart felt heavy as he considered how easily he seemed to forget about his real mother and the family and friends he had left behind. Kai's concerned voice came through the phone, asking if something was wrong and expressing her apologies for getting too comfortable. YN shook off his thoughts, assuring her it was nothing, just a memory that lingered. Although Kai sensed his downcast tone, she chose not to pry further. She then mentioned that Granny Kyo had been asking for him to call more often, as she missed him. YN chuckled lightly at the thought of Granny Kyo, who remained unfazed by his vigilantism despite her own past as a pro-hero. He mentioned that he might regain his freedom in a few months, a part of his punishment according to Nizu, which made Kai laugh. After exchanging goodbyes, YN ended the call and sighed, pocketing his phone as he gazed at the starry night, lost in thought. Later, Aizawa addressed the class gathered at the Mizudafu train station, reminding them to keep their costumes hidden in public and to take care not to lose them. Today marked the beginning of their internships, a significant step in their journey as aspiring heroes. The heroes' companies were bustling with excitement. Ashido cheered enthusiastically for the trip, her energy infectious. Aizawa reminded her to mind her manners, prompting a collective response of, "Yes, sir," from the class as they began to disperse, each heading to their respective internship locations. YN approached Momo, curious about her internship. She confirmed she would be working with the snake hero, Iwabami, and chided him gently for not remembering the names of the heroes. YN shrugged it off, admitting he wasn't as invested in hero culture as Midoriya. Momo shook her head at his playful attitude, wishing him well before they parted ways. As YN jogged away, he waved back at her, noticing a thoughtful expression on her face that he couldn't quite decipher. Ashido, ever the tease, commented on Momo's distant gaze, to which Momo insisted it wasn't what Ashido thought. Continuing on, YN searched for Uraraka, knowing they would be interning at the same place. He finally spotted her engaged in conversation with Midoriya and Ida. Midoriya was animatedly discussing something with Ida, who responded curtly before heading into a train coach bound for Hosu. YN recalled that Hosu was where Ingenium had encountered trouble with Stain, a thought that lingered uneasily in his mind. Once the tension seemed to ease, YN greeted Uraraka with a playful salute. She returned the gesture with a smile, and he confirmed they were both going to Gunheads for their internships. Midoriya, surprised, looked between them as YN explained his focus on martial arts while dismissing Uraraka's reason for choosing the same location. Uraraka protested, wanting to clarify her intentions, but YN playfully interrupted her, teasing her about expanding her capabilities for the future. This sparked a light-hearted chase as Uraraka attempted to tackle him, but he skillfully dodged her every move. Midoriya watched, feeling a mix of amusement and a hint of envy at their camaraderie. Or just leave. He was no fighter. He had barely received any training with his quirk. While his physique had improved significantly, that was about it. The most he could do was probably get in the way and attract trouble. Without any identification or similar documentation, turning back now would only lead to more complications. Homeroom had ended and it was time for class. Stepping into UA, YN had anticipated a day filled with heroics and physical activities. However, reality had other plans, forcing him to sit through a class on calculus. In front of the class was the pro-hero Cementos, expertly explaining the significance of the Pythagorean theorem. To YN this was irrelevant. He was there to ensure he stayed out of jail, so being average in class was the least he could manage. He rested his head on the table and sighed in boredom, thinking about how he could have been saving a kid from a yakuza. Later, while slumped in his seat at the cafeteria, YN found himself munching slowly on his food, casting glances at a few of his classmates. Fortunately, they were considerate enough not to reveal his identity as Black Mask. Being swarmed by his classmates was exhausting enough. He shuddered at the thought of the entire cafeteria knowing. His only friend in class, Yaoyorozu, who sat beside him, noticed his demeanor. It wasn't every day she saw her friend looking so tired. She asked if something was bothering him. YN replied that he had been doing the vigilante gig for half a year and now had to attend class, which felt underwhelming to him. Yaoyorozu nodded in understanding, acknowledging how difficult it must be to go from being constantly on the move to sitting still in class for 8 hours. She pointed out that attending UA had its benefits, as they had pro-heroes as teachers, offering a chance to learn both academics and heroism. YN considered her words and shrugged, admitting that one of the perks of being caught was being able to see her every day. He smiled at her, causing her to cough slightly in surprise at his words. Sometimes, Yaoyorozu forgot how lucky she was to have a genuine friend who always had her back. Nearby, Jiro and Hagakure observed their interaction in silence, exchanging knowing glances that signaled a silent agreement between them. Meanwhile, Uraraka sat pouting in one of the train's seats, facing an empty seat across from her. A short while later, someone in a UA blazer sat down in front of her, placing a plastic container on the table. Uraraka peeked with one eye, still feigning disinterest. YN smirked, revealing that he had brought mochi, having heard from Momo that she liked them. Uraraka huffed, pretending to be offended, but YN teased her, claiming it was the omochi, which made her hand dart through the air to grab the treat before she could stop herself. With a content look on her face, she mumbled her approval with her mouth full, and YN smiled triumphantly. He asked if she forgave him, and she conceded, albeit reluctantly, reminding him that being Black Mask didn't give him the right to make fun of her. YN assured her that he wouldn't do it again, promising to be more considerate in the future. YN greeted Momo with enthusiasm, declaring her his best friend for life whether you like it or not. Momo, slightly confused, acknowledged the sentiment, while YN reveled in being right, considering it one of his favorite traits. As midterms approached, YN felt a familiar pattern emerging. Interning with Gunhead was an exciting opportunity. A cheerful voice welcomed the teens as they entered the agency, belonging to a muscular man whose kindness radiated even through his mask. He explained that heroes receive their salaries from the government, but they are not civil servants. Instead, they respond to requests from the police, which come in batches based on the area. This system ensures that heroes are always prepared to take action when needed. Gunhead elaborated on how their cooperation in arrests and rescues is recognized, leading to inspections by specialized agencies before they receive their pay. He encouraged the interns to don their costumes and join him for a patrol. Once suited up, YN and Uraraka met Gunhead outside, where they began their patrol. The area was neither too large nor too small, and Gunhead often had sidekicks assisting him to cover the city efficiently. During their patrol, Gunhead playfully asked YN how it felt to roam the city without fear of being chased by the police. YN, slightly annoyed, admitted that while it was calming, it could also be boring. He wished he could use his quirk to cover more ground. Gunhead laughed at YN's predicament, while Uraraka smiled awkwardly at the banter. After 3 hours of uneventful patrolling, YN felt boredom creeping in. Gunhead allowed them a brief rest under a tree while he conversed with a nearby police officer. YN slumped on the bench, expressing his frustration about the dullness of the day, while Uraraka enjoyed some snacks he had bought. Just then, a woman's voice rang out in distress, calling for help as a thief dashed through the crowd wearing an Endeavor toy mask. YN immediately sprang into action, racing after the purse snatcher. He reached Gunhead, alerting him to the situation before continuing the chase. The thief was agile, weaving through the crowd, and YN struggled to keep up. To gain an advantage, he used his quirk to swing above the crowd, allowing him to close the distance. He attempted to catch the thief, but the man dodged effortlessly. YN adjusted his approach, deciding to aim for the thief's back without causing serious harm. However, the thief evaded his attack again, prompting YN to reassess the situation. Observing the thief's nervousness, YN realized this was likely the man's first attempt at stealing. Determined, YN launched another ranged attack, but the thief ducked. YN quickly followed up with another strike, which the thief barely avoided, stumbling over a rock. Seizing the opportunity, YN charged forward, ready to deliver a decisive blow, but the thief managed to evade him once more, clearly shaken but still on the run. Both the thief and YN engaged in close-quarter combat, with YN delivering most of the punches. Frustration crossed YN's face as he thought about how annoying it was that the thief kept dodging his attacks. He pointed accusingly at the thief and asked about his quirk, pausing his punches and kicks momentarily. The thief remained silent, trembling slightly while clutching the purse. YN, undeterred, declared that he could keep this up all day, though he knew that was a bluff. Only a super soldier could truly endure such a thing. As he focused on the thief, he noticed Gunhead and Uraraka arriving. YN subtly shook his head, signaling Gunhead to hold back. Drawing from his experience as an ex-vigilante, Gunhead understood and allowed YN to take the lead. YN deduced that the thief was using his quirk to dodge his attacks, perhaps something akin to a spider sense. He reminded himself that every quirk had a weakness, and he was determined to uncover it. With renewed determination, YN rushed forward, throwing a series of punches aimed at the thief's head, followed by a high kick, all of which the thief skillfully avoided. Dropping to one knee, YN executed a leg sweep, forcing the thief to leap away. A smirk appeared on YN's face as he seized the opportunity to raise his leg for an abdomen strike, shouting his move as he connected. The impact knocked the wind out of the thief, who staggered back. Uraraka, shaken from her stupor by YN's shout, quickly looked to Gunhead for guidance. He nodded, granting her permission to assist. Rushing in, she touched the thief with all 5 fingers, making him float. YN then used his quirk to bind the immobilized thief. With the thief secured, YN walked back to Gunhead, feeling accomplished. He announced that he had brought in a floating thief, grinning at his success. Gunhead, arms crossed as if scolding YN, remarked on his boldness in stopping him from intervening. YN explained that Gunhead's presence would have scared the thief away, given his impressive reaction time and spatial awareness. Gunhead attempted to retrieve the purse directly from the thief, but each time he reached for it, the thief managed to evade his grasp. It wasn't until YN fully bound the thief with his quirk that they could finally reclaim the purse. Gunhead expressed mild surprise at the situation. After some legal formalities, the purse was returned to its rightful owner, who thanked the trio profusely, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. YN humbly responded that it was nothing special, reminding her that helping others was what heroes did. Later, YN and Uraraka discussed a woman they had encountered earlier, with Uraraka noting that she seemed somewhat familiar. It was nighttime, and Gunhead had allowed them to rest for the next day's activities. YN took the opportunity to catch up on work on his computer in the common room designated for heroes and sidekicks. While he typed away, Uraraka approached him without warning, curious about what he was doing. She leaned over to look at his laptop, commenting on the jumble of words. YN, unimpressed, poked her sides, causing her to yelp in surprise. He explained that the jumble of words was code, as he was finishing up some programs for a website he was developing. Intrigued, Uraraka asked why he was creating the website. YN sighed slightly, revealing that it was for his company. He glanced around to ensure no one was listening before leaning in to whisper the name of the company. Uraraka gasped in shock, realizing the significance of the company and expressing her surprise at YN's wealth. YN, however, reminded her to keep this information to herself, noting that only 2 people from their class knew about it. The thought of the entire class finding out made him shudder. Curious, Uraraka inquired about the other person who knew. YN answered curtly, mentioning Momo. The next day, Gunhead announced that they would be focusing on armed combat and physical training. He praised YN for his physical prowess and asked him to demonstrate for the group. YN hesitated, but Gunhead encouraged him, insisting he shouldn't be shy. Both YN and Gunhead faced each other, each holding a practice knife. Gunhead explained the agency's rule against using quirks during sparring, stating that the first one to fall would lose. YN nodded and adjusted his support item, preparing for the match. As the bell rang, YN rushed in with a low center of gravity, jumping to gain an advantage. The absence of his support item felt disorienting, but he knew it was good practice for unexpected situations. He aimed for a strike, but Gunhead expertly dodged to the side, leaving YN to stab only air. YN had anticipated this moment. Gunhead was a seasoned pro hero, after all. As he landed on one leg, YN raised his other leg for a swift roundhouse kick, only for Gunhead to block it with his arm. With a firm grip, Gunhead locked YN's leg and executed a forceful flip, leaving YN off balance. Struggling to regain his footing, YN barely managed to dodge a punch aimed at his gut, though he felt a sting as it grazed his arm. Gunhead praised his reflexes, and YN offered a nervous smirk in response, bracing himself for the next attack. As Gunhead charged forward, YN found himself evading a flurry of strikes. The pro hero's strength was overwhelming, and YN knew he couldn't rely on sheer power to win this fight. He needed to outsmart him. Determined, YN scanned the area, searching for any opportunity as Gunhead advanced. When Gunhead took a significant step forward, preparing for another strike with his practice knife, YN spotted his chance. In that brief moment when Gunhead's feet left the ground, YN hurled his weapon with all his might, causing the pro to lose his balance. Seizing the moment, YN dashed in, ready to deliver a decisive strike. But then, Gunhead unleashed a powerful right hook. "Aka, my whole body is sore." Uraraka complained dramatically as she slouched. YN, who was beside her, felt relatively fine but admitted that his body did feel a bit worked out. "I'd mind the phrasing, but sure," he replied. The boat interns were out on patrol again on their third day at Gunhead's agency. The previous day had been filled with martial arts and armed combat training, which was particularly challenging for Uraraka, who had no experience in martial arts. Meanwhile, YN was consistently engaged in practical sparring. "You didn't get to do the drills, so be quiet," Uraraka exclaimed, her annoyance evident before she returned to her whiny state. "Seems like a skill issue to me," YN remarked with a smirk, further aggravating Uraraka. They then engaged in a playful banter, with Uraraka trying her best to hit YN while he easily dodged her attempts. "You," she grunted with each failed strike. "Come on, you two. Be serious for once." One of Gunhead's sidekicks, Electroshock, turned around and called out to them. Electroshock was the type of person who preferred not to oppose his superior but also liked to take it easy on tasks. His quirk, Thunder Spear, allowed him to summon a spear made of lightning, which produced a thunder-like sound each time he formed it. The strength of the spears depended on the likelihood of thunder that day, or he could receive assistance from anyone with an electric or lightning-based quirk. "Yes, sir," both YN and Uraraka replied, with YN playfully saluting the hero. Electroshock sighed, shaking his head at his predicament. "Why did it have to be me?" he lamented, continuing to lead the group. Shaking off his misery, he turned to the teens with a serious expression. "Listen here, kids. Going on patrol doesn't always mean you have to confront villains or bad guys to save the day. Patrols are a symbol, essentially. They let civilians know they are protected and that we, the heroes, are here to help if needed." Electroshock spoke with determination. He heard a series of claps and turned to see Uraraka applauding his speech, while YN was nowhere to be seen. In the distance, YN was apprehending a purse thief, and this one was easier to catch than the last. "And that's why I never stopped using the cream. It's about hygiene, kids. Always make sure to take care of your hygiene," Electroshock continued, sharing life lessons with the two teenagers. As they patrolled the area, Electroshock shared stories, hoping they would benefit the teens in the future. The sun began to set, casting an orange hue across the sky. Electroshock glanced at his watch and realized it was almost time to head back to the agency. He called out to the teens, gaining their attention. YN poked his head out of a small sweets shop, with Uraraka following closely, her mouth full of candy. "Why does it have to be me?" Electroshock shook his head in disappointment. The two hurried to join him, and he informed them it was time to return. The walk back to the agency was relatively quiet, as none of them had anything to say, creating a comfortable silence. However, YN felt an unsettling sensation, as if someone was watching them, especially him. He subtly scanned the surroundings, trying to locate the source of his unease. Not noticing anything unusual, YN looked at his classmates, who seemed unbothered. With a sigh and a shake of his head, he dismissed his suspicions, thinking he might just be paranoid. Suddenly, a loud siren blared throughout the block, causing the trio to turn in its direction. Cracking his knuckles, YN grinned with excitement. Finally, some action. Without waiting for orders, he sped off using his quirk, leaving the others behind. Animated tick marks appeared on Electroshock's forehead as he shook with frustration. "That outlaw brat," he exclaimed, bolting after YN with Uraraka trailing behind. Arriving at the scene, YN observed a small bank that had been targeted. The alarm blared, and just as he was about to drop down to investigate, The front of the bank erupted with a small explosion, revealing 3 figures amidst the dust and smoke. At least they get an A+ for presentation, YN thought to himself as he lifted his mask and prepared to descend. Ha! You were right, boss. Robbing banks near the outer city is really easy. By the time the heroes and police arrive, we'll be long gone. One of the robbers exclaimed cheerfully, carrying a sack of cash. Well, what can I say? I'm a genius after all, the boss proudly declared, his nose held high with pride. The last person there only nodded in silence. A voice interrupted the moment, halting their movement. They turned to see YN standing on a lamppost, exuding an edgy demeanor. One of the henchmen cursed, realizing they were facing a hero, and pulled out a gun to shoot at him. YN effortlessly dodged the bullet, thanks to an unknown voice he had been hearing lately. He dropped down to the ground, cracked his neck, and raised his fists. He asked who would be first, but his grin quickly faded when all 3 henchmen bolted in the opposite direction. One of them yelled that they robbed banks in the outskirts for a reason. YN sighed, feeling disappointed by their lack of challenge, and unleashed his quirk. In quick succession, he apprehended all 3 robbers. As he tied them up, the chatterbox among them lamented how Kojima would be angry. YN perked up at the mention of Kojima, asking if he was their boss. The henchman refused to divulge any information, especially about his boss's powerful quirk. YN found it amusing when he used his quirk to silence the henchman, who began to mumble incoherently. He boasted about his own abilities, demonstrating them by whipping the leader, who let out a muffled whimper. The chatterbox insisted that Kojima's quirk was amazing, claiming he could punch hard and make things explode. YN brushed off the compliment, feeling skeptical about how easily the henchman was spilling details. Suddenly, YN ducked under a large swipe, narrowly avoiding an attack aimed at him. The henchman, however, was not as fortunate, as he suffered a sudden and gruesome fate. YN's heart sank at the horrifying sight and he turned around, sensing someone behind him. A voice casually remarked on the loss of the henchman, revealing itself to be Kojima. YN recognized him from a previous encounter where he had saved Yaoyorozu and Uraraka from thugs in an alley. He recalled how Kojima had been able to take him down effortlessly. Kojima confirmed his identity and explained that he was a crime syndicate leader. He accused YN of disrupting his plans and declared that he would eliminate him before he became a significant threat. Kojima charged his fists with energy, preparing for a fight. YN grinned and took his stance, ready for the challenge. The fight began with Kojima attacking first, sending a distortion through the air. YN dodged it and countered with a flurry of punches and kicks, but Kojima effortlessly parried or avoided them. Realizing his attacks were ineffective, YN charged up his support gear and stomped the ground, causing debris to scatter. As Kojima stumbled, YN seized the opportunity to attack, but Kojima managed to evade him just in time. While in midair, Kojima swung his hand, creating another invisible slash. YN's instincts kicked in, and he leaned away, jumping back to create distance. Kojima expressed amusement at YN's dodging skills, suggesting he had impressive instincts. YN charged in again, his support gear whirring to life as he unleashed another series of kicks. Kojima dodged them with ease, and YN retorted that it was rude not to answer his question about the earlier incident. Kojima dismissed his concerns, revealing his villainous nature. YN scoffed and countered with a kick, but Kojima blocked it and spun him around, throwing him in another direction. YN quickly repositioned himself, landing on the shattered ground and launching himself back at Kojima using his support gear. With a twist of his body, YN prepared for another axe kick, but Kojima blocked it again and grabbed his leg. Kojima murmured about being annoyed and unleashed a burst of energy, shattering YN's support gear. YN's eyes widened in shock as he realized the extent of the damage done to his legs and gear. Grunting in pain, YN was once again thrown against a wall, and this time he didn't have time to brace himself for the impact, despite his instincts urging him to move away. The wall cracked upon impact, and YN slid down to the ground, wincing at the pain in his legs. He forced himself to stand but quickly fell to one knee, the agony overwhelming. The broken pieces of his leg's exoskeleton dug into his skin, likely causing more damage under the sheer force of Kajima's grip. In desperation, YN hastily removed the support gear, tossing it aside. He tore at the remnants of his lower pants, revealing the anticipated wounds. Kajima looked down at him with a sneer, mocking his condition. In a surge of anger, YN extended his arm, unleashing his quirk in a sharpened form aimed at Kajima. Unfortunately, Kajima dodged effortlessly, jumping back to a safe distance. YN's quirk returned to him, dissipating into wisps of reddish-black amber. As he observed the display, an idea sparked in his mind. He let his quirk manifest in his hand again, allowing it to dance playfully as he waited. Kajima approached YN, his hand enveloped in an almost invisible aura that took on a blade-like shape. Standing over YN, he raised his arm, ready to strike. He declared that it had been fun but that he would have to finish YN off now, suggesting he would send him to meet his maker. YN interrupted Kajima, intrigued by the moment. He pointed out that he didn't see any god on his way there. Just as Kajima began to question him, YN delivered a powerful kick to his chin, catching him off guard and sending him flying backward. Kajima groaned in pain, bewildered by YN's resilience. He had thought he had broken YN's legs. With the support gear in ruins, a new form of armor emerged to replace it. It had a practical design, featuring familiar wavy streaks and wisps, adorned in a reddish-black hue. YN realized that his quirk, Dark Whip, was more than just a weapon. It was a part of him, capable of enhancing his body and protecting it. Even though it required immense focus to maintain, YN was determined to use it to defeat Kajima. He took his stance and charged at the disoriented villain. Moving with incredible speed, YN became a blur, but Kajima, being experienced, quickly regained his footing to either dodge or block. Kajima raised his arms in a cross to block YN's powerful kick, but the force sent him crashing into a signboard, causing property damage. Quickly recovering, Kajima swung his arm to unleash his signature invisible slash, but YN kicked it away effortlessly. Dashing toward Kajima, YN grabbed him by the collar and hurled him into the air before delivering a punch to his gut, causing the villain to cough. Kajima was thrown a distance away, barely able to rise to his feet as he knelt, glaring at YN. YN, now in control, sneered back at him, relishing the turn of events. He taunted Kajima, asking if he had been beaten up too badly. Frustrated, Kajima raised his hand to perform a hand sign, but before he could finish, a loud clap of thunder interrupted them. A three-pronged spear struck Kajima, releasing a burst of electricity that incapacitated him. YN looked around to see the source of the spear. It was electroshock. The hero, panting heavily, expressed his frustration at YN for chasing after the villains alone and emphasized the importance of teamwork. YN replied blankly, pointing out that electroshock had never mentioned teamwork. Electroshock hesitated, acknowledging YN's point. However, as he reached for the downed Kajima, he noticed something alarming. Kajima had vanished without a trace, leaving only wisps of black in the air. Both YN and Uraraka, who had joined them, recalled the night Kajima had disappeared into a black portal, a memory that lingered in their minds. And just like that, their antagonists slipped away once more. At least YN had managed to settle the score for now. Bakugo, Midoriya, Kaminari, and Siro were gathered together. Bakugo acknowledged YN's presence, noting that they were alive. YN, while tending to some gardening, requested a tool. Bakugo obliged and returned a few minutes later with what was asked for. Midoriya, confused about his presence there, wondered aloud why he was included in this gathering. Bakugo made an offhand comment about dandelions reminding him of Midoriya, to which YN playfully responded, suggesting it was because they spread light and hope. Bakugo quickly dismissed the notion, insisting that dandelions were more like weeds that were hard to get rid of. In a playful moment, Midoriya held a Barbie doll and expressed thoughts of returning to school and starting a career. YN, holding a Ken doll, jokingly countered that Barbie should stay home and have children. Bakugo interrupted, questioning their antics, while Midoriya explained they were playing a game about systemic oppression. YN, frustrated, called for everyone to stop saying foolish things. Siro agreed, but Kaminari attempted to interject, only to be cut off by YN, who insisted on silence. As the scene shifted, a series of facts about YN's life in Japan were revealed. In the early weeks, he struggled to adapt to showering multiple times a day. When returning to the Makino household or Aizawa's apartment, he preferred to say, "I'm back," as he never felt truly at home after his reincarnation. YN had a fondness for cats, especially kittens, which often became the target of playful pranks. He had a strong aversion to spicy food, which contributed to his difficulties in getting along with Bakugo. Surprisingly, he liked the color pink but kept it a secret due to societal expectations. YN was ambidextrous, a skill he developed out of boredom. He believed that if he ever fell in love, it would be complicated to explain his dual identity as Black Mask, leading him to avoid relationships. YN was always seen wearing socks and preferred wired earphones over wireless ones, fearing he would lose the latter during his active lifestyle. He had formed a good friendship with Yaoyorozu's butler and maids, who were impressed by his cooking skills, contrasting with their initial impression of him as a rebellious type. He often spent time on Yaoyorozu's balcony during their casual hangouts. Initially, Yaoyorozu's father was wary of him, but YN's warm personality quickly won him over. He despised the cold, which reminded him of his struggles when he first reincarnated and had to endure homelessness. Surprisingly, he was a heavy sleeper, waking only to his internal clock or a loud alarm. Waking him without an alarm was a challenge. In a moment of protective instinct, YN nearly confronted Yaoyorozu's ex-boyfriend when it became clear that the boy did not genuinely care for her, but was only interested in her wealth. Both femurs were fractured, the right tibia was severely damaged, and the left tibia and fibula were punctured. A doctor read from a notepad as YN lay in a hospital bed, his legs wrapped in bandages and casts. The doctor noted that YN was fortunate, given the extent of his injuries. They had anticipated a more severe condition. He explained that surgery would be necessary to realign the bone fragments in YN's right leg and promised to inform his guardian afterward before leaving the room. Once the doctor exited, YN let out a sigh, relieved that the doctor hadn't inquired about his older scars. His moment of solitude was interrupted when his internship partner, Uraraka, entered the room with Gunhead following closely behind. Gunhead exchanged a few brief words with the doctor before stepping inside. Uraraka rushed to YN's side, her concern evident as she asked about the doctor's report. YN responded casually, downplaying his injuries, which prompted a mock cough from Gunhead. When Gunhead mentioned the need for surgery, both YN and Uraraka reacted with surprise. YN explained that the surgery was required due to misaligned bone fragments, which made it impossible for his legs to heal properly. Uraraka's expression shifted to one of worry, which made YN smile slightly, finding amusement in her concern. He playfully patted her head, but she quickly protested, demanding he stop messing up her hair. Their light-hearted banter was interrupted when Gunhead requested a private conversation with YN. After Uraraka left the room, YN felt a wave of nervousness wash over him as Gunhead regarded him with a serious expression. YN took the initiative to ask if he was in trouble. Gunhead's response was a slight shake of his head, revealing a hint of disappointment. He began to inquire about one of the 3 robbers from the previous day, and YN's eyes widened as he recalled the events. Gunhead's unspoken question hung in the air, and YN felt a mix of hurt and confusion at the assumption. He firmly stated that he had never killed anyone and never would. Gunhead expressed relief at YN's answer, clarifying that the potential killer was the one YN had fought. Gunhead praised YN for his efforts, but YN felt conflicted, lamenting that it had cost him his leg and that the robber had escaped. YN then asked if Uraraka had seen anything, to which Gunhead assured him that she had not, as electroshock had hidden the body before she arrived. YN felt a sense of relief, grateful that Uraraka had been spared from witnessing something so horrific. Later that night, as YN prepared for surgery, he worked on a project for his internship. He watched the news report on the chaos in Hosu and the emergence of Nomu. Although he wished to investigate, his injuries prevented him from doing so. He contemplated using his quirk to create a temporary cast, but he didn't want to face Gunhead's reprimand for disobeying orders. Murmuring to himself about his quirk, YN raised his hand and summoned the familiar reddish-black mist. He focused on the idea of protecting his bones and enhancing his muscles, visualizing the armor he had created for his leg. He imagined crafting gauntlets for his arms, a protective layer that would be both functional and cool. As he opened his eyes, he marveled at the gauntlets that had formed around his arms. They were sturdy yet surprisingly flexible, allowing for easy movement. Curious to test their capabilities, he attempted to use his quirk in its whip form. To his surprise, the gauntlet adapted, allowing him to grab the TV remote nearby. After retracting his quirk, he reformed the gauntlet back on his arm, realizing that he had much to learn about this new form of his abilities. YN contemplated the possibilities of naming his new move Gauntlet Mode when a notification pinged from his phone, interrupting his thoughts. He checked the screen and saw a message from Midoriya, indicating a location in Hosu. It struck him as an SOS, especially since the message was just that single ping with no further details. However, he felt powerless to respond, given his injuries and the potential consequences of involving Aizawa. For the first time in a long while, YN had to sit back and do nothing. After feeling helpless, YN was taken to the surgery room as promised. The procedure was a success, aided by advanced technology and the quirk involved. Once his legs were properly healed, he was advised to rest. Although his legs were mended, the use of his quirk had drained his energy. Fortunately, the doctors informed him that he could return to his internship in 2 days. YN grumbled about the 3 days lost from his week-long internship and the essays awaiting him upon his return. A small chuckle came from the other side of the video call. It was Yaoyorozu. She had insisted on checking in after Uraraka informed her of what had happened. "That's what you get for disobeying orders from the hero you're interning under," she remarked with a teasing smile. YN felt a bit irked by her teasing and replied that technically, Electroshock was not the hero he was interning under, but rather Gunhead's sidekick. Yaoyorozu playfully admonished him not to get smart, and YN feigned ignorance, a smile creeping onto his face. He was relieved that the Nomus hadn't reached her internship location during the recent incident. He didn't want his first friend in this new environment to be harmed while he was unable to help, though he would never admit that to her. He suspected that Midoriya and Ida had some involvement in the events surrounding the hero killer, and he made a mental note to ask them later. Then, with excitement, YN shared that he had discovered a new way to use his quirk beyond just swinging around. At her request, he formed the new gauntlet on one arm and proudly displayed it to the camera, explaining how he had figured it out while confronting a bank robber's boss, the same one who had injured him. Yaoyorozu was about to scold him for his recklessness, but YN interrupted her, eager to finish his thought. He proposed naming the move Gauntlet Mode, and after considering it, Yaoyorozu agreed that the name was effective and easy to remember, especially as he developed more moves in the future. Satisfied with her feedback, YN decided that Gauntlet Mode it would be. After getting the rest he needed, YN resumed his internship with Gunhead, now under closer supervision during patrols. It wasn't the ideal situation following his fight with Kojima, but it was a consequence he had to accept. The internship program eventually came to an end. YN and Uraraka packed their belongings for their departure, accompanied by Gunhead and Electroshock. As they prepared to leave, Gunhead reminded them of the importance of martial arts for protecting civilians rather than defeating enemies, a lesson he had repeated many times. YN groaned, feeling like he was being lectured by a family member at a gathering. He noticed Uraraka seemed off and asked if she was all right. She replied that she had never been better, though there was an unmistakable intensity about her. Gunhead reminded them to eat and sleep well, especially YN, who nodded in acknowledgement, recalling a time he had been caught working late into the night. With farewells exchanged, the weekend passed swiftly, and Monday arrived without mercy. Class 1A reunited, buzzing with chatter about their internships. Most of the students were engaged in light-hearted banter, particularly a group of boys who were laughing at Bakugo's unfortunate hairstyle. YN joined in the laughter, unable to contain himself as he and his friends teased Bakugo about his hair. Bakugo, visibly angry and embarrassed, warned them to stop laughing, but the boys continued to find humor in the situation. When Bakugo's hair finally returned to normal, it caused an uproar of laughter. Wyan, still chuckling, greeted Midoriya as he calmed down. Midoriya nodded in response, and Wyan apologized for not being able to help him during the incident in Hosu, explaining that he had been injured that morning. Midoriya dismissed the apology, noting the distance between their internship locations. Though he felt a little concerned that Wyan could mention a busted leg so casually, he decided to let it go. Wyan expressed his relief that Endeavor was able to help, raising his eyebrows slightly with a small smile. Kaminari observed Uraraka showing off some martial arts moves and remarked on how much she had transformed in just a week. Mineta, however, had a terrified look on his face and insisted that women were hiding their true selves, which made Kaminari worry about him. Kaminari questioned what Mineta had seen at MT Lady's place, while the others listened. He noted that he had enjoyed being fussed over, but the real transformations were happening with their classmates. Siro excitedly mentioned the hero killer, expressing his happiness that they were alive and that Endeavor had rescued them. YN silently huffed to himself, doubting that anyone outside their group knew the full truth. Ojiro voiced his concerns about the villain alliance and the hero killer, and Shoji nodded in agreement. Kaminari, lost in thought, commented on a video of the hero killer, which prompted Midoriya to worry about him. YN lightly smacked Kaminari's head with his dark whip, reminding him to have some decency. Kaminari quickly apologized, and Ida reassured him that it was all right, acknowledging the hero killer's conviction. He then declared his commitment to the path of heroism, raising his voice confidently. Turning to YN, Ida bowed deeply, surprising him. Ida apologized for his initial prejudice against YN due to his past as a vigilante, expressing a desire to start anew as classmates and fellow heroes in training. YN smiled at Ida's earnestness and returned the handshake, hoping they could become great friends. Class 1A found themselves outside with their hero costumes, greeted by All Might's bright smile. He announced the Hero Foundational class and introduced a rescue training race. Ida raised a question about the training location, but All Might clarified that this was a different type of rescue training. All Might explained that they would be divided into groups for the training, and the first group consisted of Midoriya, Ida, Siro, Ojiro, and Ishido. Many believed Siro and Ida would excel due to their maneuverability, while Midoriya was expected to be last. However, when Midoriya showcased his agility, the others were shocked. Despite his efforts, he slipped and fell, finishing last while Siro took first place. After a brief discussion, the next group included Tokoyami, Kirishima, Uraraka, Shoji, Mineta, and Yaoyorozu watched as YN stretched, and Ishido playfully asked her who she thought would win. Yaoyorozu expressed her confidence in YN's abilities, noting his agility and movement with his quirk. Sure enough, YN finished the race first in record time, much to Bakugo's displeasure. In the boys' changing room, they discussed their performance, with Kirishima noting the need to improve maneuverability. Tokoyami suggested gathering information to compensate, while Kaminari expressed jealousy of YN and Siro's skills. YN perked up when he was mentioned, pointing to himself with a quirked eyebrow. Kirishima praised YN for being the fastest to finish the race that day, giving him a friendly slap on the back. YN laughed awkwardly, still adjusting to receiving direct compliments. Mineta suddenly called out to Midoriya, capturing the attention of the group. He excitedly pointed at a hole hidden behind a poster, claiming it was from the seniors. His eyes sparkled with mischief as he exclaimed that it led to the girls' changing room. However, before he could act on his impulse, a hand covered in a menacing claw of armor grabbed his head firmly. Mineta jolted at the sudden grip. YN, with a fierce glare, warned him to stop. Not wanting to hear another word, he used his quirk to envelop Mineta in dark whip, lifting him off the ground. With Mineta subdued, YN pulled out his phone and typed a quick message. Moments later, faint sounds of gratitude could be heard from the girls' side of the changing room. After pocketing his phone, YN exited the boys' changing room with Mineta floating beside him. The other boys watched in a mix of awe and fear, especially Kaminari, who had been an accomplice to Mineta's antics on several occasions. Class 1A learned a valuable lesson about respecting YN and the importance of decency towards girls. Early one morning, just after dawn, YN strolled along the pedestrian path, dressed casually. His house arrest was over, and Aizawa was out heroing for the day, granting him the freedom to go wherever he pleased. He yawned and grumbled about being out so early, still groggy from staying up late to finish some work. He pulled out his phone and scrolled through his contacts until he tapped on Yayarozu's number. She had sent him a message the day before, inviting him to a study group at her place at 8 a.m. and asking if he could come early to help her prepare. He had replied affirmatively, recalling the events of homeroom a few weeks prior. As midterm exams approached, the atmosphere in the classroom grew tense. Kaminari expressed his despair over not having studied at all, while Ishido remained unfazed. Kaminari lamented the distractions of the sports festival and work studies, and Tokoyami nodded in agreement. Sato shared his thoughts on the upcoming finals, and Koda supported him. Mineta, with a smug expression, teased the class, prompting Ishido to point an accusing finger at him. She reminded him that he was supposed to be one of them, while Kaminari felt betrayed that Mineta was actually smart. YN entered the classroom just in time to add his own commentary, challenging Mineta with a raised eyebrow. As the conversation continued, YN noticed Yayarozu enthusiastically agreeing to help some classmates study before finals. He felt a sense of relief seeing her so eager to assist others. When she asked YN to join the study group, he was taken aback and questioned why she wanted him. Kaminari and Ishido chimed in, declaring that he was the smartest in class, having secured second place in the midterms. The blonde pointed an accusing finger at YN, as if he had done something wrong. YN had forgotten to mention something important. Ishido chimed in, expressing concern for Yayarozu. She wouldn't have time to study if she was always teaching them. With pleading eyes and hands clasped together, Ishido added to the sympathy effect directed at YN. Yayarozu was about to intervene, but YN sighed, ruffling his hair in frustration. He finally relented, stating that he would join them simply because they wouldn't understand what she was saying. He crossed his arms defiantly, reminding them that he was biologically older by a year and had studied the material. As he walked, YN realized he had dug his own grave. Arriving at a level crossing, he checked his watch. It read 6:45 a.m. Amused, he noted to himself that he had quite the flashback. Looking around, he saw the empty roads, a few elders, and some people jogging. It was surprising to remember that Aizawa had chosen their apartment in a busy town for the white noise it provided. Noticing the familiar rumble of the ground and the sound of an approaching train, YN smirked as he felt his quirk dance around his arms. He was about to break the rules, just a little. Apologizing to Aizawa and Nizu in his mind, he swung his arms forward, letting his quirk attach to the train. After nearly 2 hours, including a lengthy emergency stop due to a villain attack during which YN had to resist the urge to fight, he finally arrived at the Yayarozu residence. It had been a while since he had visited, and he wondered what changes had been made to the interior. Pressing a button on a panel near the main gate, he heard Yayarozu's voice. She welcomed him in and informed him that the staff had been notified of his visit. YN assured her that he would manage the gate himself, earning a chuckle from her. Taking a few steps back, he used his quirk on the tall fence's pillar, creating a human slingshot. Pulling himself back, he launched himself over the fence, soaring through the air with a joyful shout. The thrill of flying was exhilarating. As he began to descend, YN activated his quirk to reinforce his legs and lower body. He braced himself and extended his arms, shooting out a dark whip to attach to nearby trees, slowing his fall. He let go and slid across the small forest, dust and dirt kicking up from his entrance. Once the dust settled, he brushed himself off and looked up at the grand Yayarozu manor, landing just across from Yayarozu's bedroom. Climbing up to her balcony, he tapped on the window. A moment later, Yayarozu opened it, smirking as if she had been expecting him. YN acknowledged her lack of surprise, hopping inside as she moved back to make space. After closing the window, he asked what she needed help with, noting that she had staff to assist her with preparations for the study group. Yaoyorozu admitted that her mother had instructed the staff to prepare everything as soon as she learned about the study group. YN feigned confusion, teasing her about her mother's favoritism, which earned him a light smack on the arm and a chuckle from her. He dramatically pleaded for forgiveness, claiming he would repent if it meant he could still have her mother's specially made cookies. Their laughter echoed in the room, a stark contrast to the image of the poised heiress and the boy who felt like an outsider. Yaoyorozu expressed how long it had been since they had met outside of school, reminding him that she had an image to maintain for the public. YN reassured her that not everyone was out to get her for her wealth. He knew about her difficult experiences in junior high, where people sought her out for her status rather than for friendship. Yaoyorozu acknowledged that things were different now, smiling as she mentioned their classmates in Class 1A, who were genuinely good people. YN playfully asked if that included Bakugo, and she laughed, her spirits lifted by their banter. As they entered the mansion, Kaminari couldn't help but express his surprise at the lavish surroundings. Everyone was captivated by the opulence. Ojiro, feeling a bit out of place, shared his nervousness with a smile, while Shiro nodded in agreement. Kaminari and Ishido, however, were too busy marveling at the grandeur. Jiru noted the time, realizing that YN was late. Just then, one of the doors swung open with a loud bang, startling the group. YN entered with Yaoyorozu, who was pushing a cart filled with tea. YN greeted them with a grin, and Ojiro, shaking off his astonishment, acknowledged his arrival. YN casually mentioned that he had arrived early since he often hung out with Momo. He took a seat between Ojiro and Ishido, who were both still in awe of their surroundings. As Yaoyorozu pushed the cart, everyone admired her enthusiasm for the study session, finding her excitement endearing. YN declared it was time to start studying and dramatically revealed a textbook, announcing the first topic, General Calculus. The mere mention of the subject caused everyone to shudder at the thought of the mental effort required. 2 hours later, Kaminari lamented the intensity of the session, resting his head on the table, while Ishido expressed her exhaustion, also flopping onto the table. YN reminded them of the urgency, emphasizing that they had only a week left to prepare. He donned a more serious demeanor, wielding a pointer stick to emphasize his point. He noted their progress, highlighting Kaminari's newfound understanding of integration and differentiation. Yaoyorozu chimed in, expressing her excitement about their development, especially for Kaminari and Ishido, who both raised their thumbs in a half-hearted cheer. During a brief break, Jiru brought up YN's decision to leave school for vigilantism, prompting a discussion about his motivations. YN explained that he wanted to take matters into his own hands, addressing petty crime that heroes often overlooked. He admitted to focusing on smaller issues and avoiding major villains. He recounted the city block collapse accident, recalling how he felt compelled to act when he witnessed the destruction and chaos. He shared how he used his quirk to sneak into a damaged building and rescue trapped children, along with a caretaker. The group listened intently, captivated by his story. Reflected on the gratitude he received from those he saved, which solidified his decision to become a vigilante. The group responded with admiration, Ishido gushing about his bravery while Kaminari praised his heroism. Yaoyorozu felt conflicted about the legality of his actions but smiled, recognizing the good he was doing. Ojiro then asked about YN's family and their reaction to his decision to leave school. A sudden silence fell over the group as YN's expression turned somber. He took a deep breath before revealing that he had lost them in an accident, a rare moment of vulnerability for him. Yaoyorozu looked sad alongside him, one of the few who knew what had happened. It involved a truck accident that had taken them away from him. Technically, it was the other way around, but him being hit by a truck and reincarnated into this world was somewhat true. A little white lie and half-truths shouldn't be too much, right? Ojiro genuinely apologized for asking, which made YN smile a little. He reassured Ojiro that it was fine, noting that none of them knew, except for Momo, but that was a different story. He joked lightly, earning a few chuckles from the group. YN sighed, standing up and clapping his hands. He declared that being moody and sulky wouldn't make them smarter, so they should continue with modern English. He held up a textbook and an English to Japanese dictionary. A collective groan arose from the ments at the mention of the subject. YN encouraged them, reminding them that 2 hours of studying each subject was much better than 2 weeks of remedial work. With a grin, he prompted them to sit properly in their seats, ready with pens and books. A nervous smile accompanied their features. He motivated them to nail the finals and look forward to the training camp. It had been a while since YN had heard the voice. The scene revealed him in Yaoyorozu's room, sitting in front of a small TV in a corner with a game console plugged in. It was the night before the practical exams, and just the day before, Class 1A and the rest of their year had completed the writing portion of their final exam. Thankfully, Kaminari and Ishido hadn't left any blanks on those tests, thanks to the 2 smartest kids in class. Now, with nothing better to do, YN lounged in his best friend's room, playing a video game. The console and TV weren't even hers. He had decided they would be a great addition to the spacious room. YN was furiously tapping the controller, seemingly locked in the game despite a sudden thought. The screen showed his character diving away from a stray tank bullet, barely avoiding it. He gritted his teeth at the game, frustrated with the tank enemy. Yaoyorozu silently observed the chaos of bionic duck robots being shot by her best friend. She asked him about the goal of the game he was playing. He casually explained that the game was called Shell Diver, where he was supposed to take over multiple beach locations from robot enemies resembling real animals. He mentioned the various enemies, including giant crabs and duck robots, and noted the rare human-shark hybrids. Yaoyorozu, a bit worried, questioned why he was playing the game instead of training intensely for the practical exam the next day. YN, in a playful manner, asked her to throw him a dictionary. Instinctively, he dodged a thrown English dictionary, catching it midair. He gave her a slight glare, expressing a mix of flattery and hurt at how quickly she was ready to test his reflexes. Yaoyorozu smiled cheekily at him, and he scoffed with a small smile before returning his attention to the game, using his quirk to put the dictionary back in its place. He brushed off her concern, confidently stating that if he could dodge a thrown dictionary, he could easily avoid a robotic punch. Yaoyorozu finally let go of the topic, exiting the room to make sandwiches. YN requested a specific filling, and she finished his sentence with an eye roll and a smirk before closing the door. He chuckled to himself, reflecting on how well she knew him, but a mixed expression crossed his face as he thought about whether she truly understood him. As he played, he pondered how he had caught the book without looking and wondered if the warning voices had merged with him, becoming his instincts. He paused the game and laid on his back, facing the ceiling, contemplating the practical exam and the robots they would be fighting. The sound of the door opening again perked him up, and he turned to see Yaoyorozu entering with refreshments. She flashed him a brief smile, and he smiled slightly back, recalling a YouTube clip of Momo and Candy Cane fighting Aizawa. The day of the practical exam arrived, and Class 1A faced a surprise. Traditionally, UA High School held practical exams with students fighting against robots. For reasons unknown, the principal had changed the format of the exam, now requiring students to fight against a teacher in pairs. The pairs had been decided, and YN could only watch with sympathy as Midoriya and Bakugo prepared to face All Might. YN couldn't help but comment on their situation, holding back a laugh, especially at Bakugo's expense. Bakugo, with a scowl, stomped toward their bus, warning YN to be quiet. YN simply shrugged in response. In the distance, Yaoyorozu appeared anxious, holding her elbow nervously. Despite being one of the top students, she struggled with her confidence in combat. YN noticed her distress and approached her with a familiar grin. He asked if she was nervous, nudging her lightly. Yaoyorozu managed a small smile before her worry returned. She expressed her concerns about facing Mr. Aizawa, who knew their quirks well and could easily counter them. As she rambled on, YN recognized that she was close to breaking down. He placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, pulling her out of her panic. He admitted he wasn't great at motivational speeches but wanted to encourage her. He assured her that whatever plan she had would be effective and urged her not to let her nerves cloud her judgment. He lightly tapped her forehead, encouraging her to do her best in the exam. With that, YN waved goodbye and left her to gather her thoughts. Yaoyorozu watched him go, reflecting on how brief his encouragement had been. As the students boarded their buses for the venue, YN realized he had no partner. Suddenly, it dawned on him that with pairs formed, he was left alone. He looked around, realizing the absence of his classmates. He exclaimed in frustration, realizing he was the odd one out. Just then, the principal appeared, chuckling at his predicament. The principal explained that he and Mr. Aizawa had devised a special exam just for YN. Confused, YN listened as they revealed that he would be on a covert mission of sorts. He raised an eyebrow, reminding them of his past as a vigilante, but the principal only chuckled at his claim. YN reluctantly accepted the challenge. The scene shifted to YN sitting alone on the bus, gazing out the window as the scenery passed by. His mind raced with thoughts about the special practical exam. Aizawa had explained that each teacher would have a piece of cloth attached to their back, with their hero name written on it. YN's task was to secretly remove the cloth from each teacher participating in the exam. Aizawa had mentioned that the cloth was flimsy, and while the teachers wouldn't fight back after the cloth was taken, being spotted by classmates would result in failure. YN was given the freedom to choose his starting venue but would have to travel alone, with only 40 minutes to complete the exam. As he considered the exam's logistics, YN calculated the distance between the venues. With 10 groups and each location 1 to 2 kilometers apart, he figured he could cover the distance quickly but would lose time navigating through the forest. He sighed, realizing he had only 30 to 35 minutes to retrieve each cloth, which felt like a daunting challenge. Frustrated, he scratched his hair in annoyance, contemplating the time constraints. However, a determined glint sparked in his eyes as he smiled, a mix of nervousness and cheekiness filling him. He was ready to take on the challenge ahead. YN was determined to excel in the upcoming exam. The bus came to a stop in front of one of the exam venues used by his classmates. He quickly exited the bus and made his way inside. Using his quirk, YN soared through the air at incredible speeds. He occasionally landed to check the venue's layout as he ran. He noted that he was at the Rocky Plains, where Mineta and Zero were engaged in a confrontation with Midnight. As he approached, he spotted Midnight effortlessly putting Zero to sleep with her quirk, while Mineta barely managed to evade her. Checking his stopwatch, YN realized he had about 2.5 minutes left. He decided to act quickly, putting on his black face mask and launching himself toward Midnight, who was giving Zero a lap pillow. As he closed in, he thought to himself about how easy Midnight seemed to have it. Midnight noticed him just in time to react, her excitement evident as she prepared for a challenge. YN, however, was in a hurry and declared that he had no time to waste. With his quirk enhancing his speed, YN dashed through the pink mist Midnight exuded. In a blur, he zipped past her, managing to snatch a piece of her clothing from her back. Coming to a stop, he glanced back at Midnight, who was astonished by his speed. She exclaimed that his speed was nearly on par with Ida's Recipro Burst. YN proudly introduced his special move, Dark Whip, armament, before stating that he had to leave and wishing her farewell. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit area, Shoji and Hagakure were taking cover from a barrage of shots fired at them. Hagakure expressed her frustration at their predicament, while Shoji calculated that their teacher must be out of bullets since he was using a revolver. Just as he said this, the gunfire ceased. Cautiously, they peeked from their hiding spot, only to be startled by a smoke grenade landing nearby, filling the area with smoke. Shoji speculated that Mr. Snipe was reloading, presenting them with a potential opportunity. He transformed his hands into ears and eyes to locate their teacher. He heard the sound of bullets being loaded nearby, prompting Hagakure to prepare for action. She discarded her gloves and shoes, becoming invisible. However, Shoji stopped her, indicating he had a plan. While Hagakure moved ahead, Shoji remained behind, listening intently. Suddenly, he sensed a figure darting past him but saw no one in sight, attributing it to the wind. Hagakure found a spot behind a pillar, listening as she heard scuffling and gunfire. She ducked to avoid any stray shots. Confused by the unexpected sounds, she wondered if it was Shoji, realizing their plan was already in motion. Outside the chaos, YN emerged from the smoke, clutching Snipe's name cloth. He found the encounter surprisingly easy, though he noted that being hit by rubber bullets at close range still stung. With 33 minutes remaining, YN found himself in an empty rocky plain, observing Ida and Ojiro as they successfully evaded Power Loader's traps. Their part of the exam had concluded, and Power Loader was preparing to exit the venue. YN knew he had to act quickly. Activating armament mode, armor and exoskeleton formed around his legs and forearms. He sprinted, skillfully avoiding pitfalls while trying to remain unnoticed in the lingering dust cloud. However, Power Loader spotted him and engaged in a direct confrontation. YN skidded to a halt, ready for a fight. Just as he was about to charge, Ida's voice called out, announcing that the bus was ready to depart. Power Loader turned his attention to Ida, allowing YN to hide in one of the collapsed pitfalls, using his quirk to cling to the edges. He noted that Ida's distraction had given him an unexpected advantage, realizing that the teacher wasn't revealing his position to his classmates. Then that made things easier. With this realization, YN pulled himself up, careful not to reveal himself, and used his quirk to snatch Power Loader's name cloths. After confirming that Ida had completely left, he pulled himself out of the holes, ready to run toward the next venue. Suddenly, Power Loader stopped him. "Ellen, a word." YN turned around, curious. Power Loader advised him that he had been lucky that time and cautioned him not to always rely on luck. After giving this piece of advice, Power Loader pressed a button on his exoskeleton, which impossibly shrank to a box-sized metal. YN widened his eyes in amazement as Power Loader walked out of the scene. The rest of the exams felt like a breeze for YN. Most of the teachers he had to steal names from were either occupied fighting his classmates or simply not as capable in combat as he was, including the principal himself. By the time he arrived at the crane where a peculiar creature was controlling it to subdue Kaminari and Ishido, he noted that Nizu had already placed his name cloth on the panel of the crane. YN hesitated to take it, considering how incredibly intelligent Nizu was. However, after receiving assurance from the principal, he took it and was already on his way. After about 20 minutes, YN still had 10 more minutes to complete his version of the exam. He was exhausted after running around and using his quirk and body to their fullest extent. YN stood on a tree branch, leaning against a tree in the man-made forest of Yua. He still needed to collect 2 more names, and he knew it would be tougher from this point on. He thought about resting but dismissed the idea, knowing that if he stopped now, he would likely pass out. He needed to keep moving. Taking the cloth from 13, Cementos, and Ectoplasm had been especially challenging. Luckily, Present Mike had somehow passed out in the middle of the forest. After taking a short breather, YN straightened himself and dropped from the tree, swinging through the air using his quirk as fast as he could without expending too much energy. He needed all the energy he had to face Aizawa and All Might. As he moved, he noticed Aizawa tied up and managed to sneak behind him to take his name cloths. Pocketing his objective, he turned to walk away, with 15 minutes to spare. He was surprised by Aizawa's observation about his luck, which seemed to follow him around. Aizawa noted that YN had been given a second chance at life, complete with a quirk, and was aiming to be a hero. He commented on how unsettling it was that luck always seemed to be on YN's side. Despite this, Aizawa thanked him for helping boost Yaoyorozu's confidence. Mumbling to himself, YN did a handspring off a fake house rooftop, using armament mode on his arms to swing further. He felt frustrated that Aizawa had wasted 5 minutes with his comments, leaving him with less than 10 to face All Might. He ran and swung, eventually arriving at a nearly destroyed arena, presumably where Midoriya and Bakugo had fought All Might. YN muttered to himself about the mess around him, realizing the extent of All Might's strength. However, he hoped that All Might would be weakened since he had transferred his powers to Midoriya. Suddenly, YN noticed something and quickly used his quirk to pull himself into an alley. Peeking out, he saw All Might standing alone in the wrecked street, seemingly waiting for someone. All Might, amidst the destruction, was looking for YN but was beginning to lose hope as time ticked away. He glanced at his stopwatch, noting that he had less than 5 minutes left. Just as he was about to leave, he spotted reddish-black tendrils sticking to the destroyed buildings nearby. With a smile, All Might recognized YN's approach. He heard a sound cutting through the air at high speed and turned just in time to see YN, with his quirk extended and legs covered in an armor-like design, propelling himself toward him. All Might braced himself, thinking to test YN's reputation. With a powerful swing of his muscular arm, he struck YN in the gut, sending him crashing into a building, kicking up dust as he landed. All Might cringed slightly, wondering if he had hit too hard. As he bent down to check on YN, a pair of armored arms shot up from the rubble, grabbing All Might's face and pulling it down into an armored knee. The hero grunted in discomfort as YN, now revealed to be clad in full black armor, stood firmly before him, ready for a brawl. Although there was a noticeable limp in his stance, YN held his ground, eyeing All Might. He had managed to recover from the unexpected blow, standing tall despite the pain. YN thought to himself that he had been fortunate his instincts had prompted him to don the full armor. Without it, he likely would have been defeated in that first strike. All Might, brushing blood from his nose, entered a fighting stance, his eyes glowing with a fierce intensity. He warned YN that such a cheap trick would not work again. The ensuing battle was a blur of movement dodging, parrying, and blocking against All Might's overwhelming strength and speed. YN felt the pressure of the fight intensifying, but his full armor could not withstand the strain and failed him, leaving him vulnerable. Relying on his instincts, YN struggled to evade All Might's relentless attacks. He attempted to reach for All Might's namecloth, but each time, All Might countered too swiftly. When All Might aimed a powerful fist to pin YN down, the teen nimbly jumped over it, vaulting onto All Might's arm to deliver a spinning kick. However, without the support of his armor, the attack had no effect, and All Might remained unharmed. Seizing YN's leg, All Might used his strength to throw him off balance, sending him crashing to the ground. The impact left YN gasping for breath, pain radiating through his body as All Might loomed over him, removing the handicap weights from his own wrists and placing them onto YN, significantly increasing his burden. All Might's tone shifted, losing its usual cheerfulness as he explained that the mission had been designed to be nearly impossible. He urged YN to abandon his vigilante ways, asserting that such efforts were futile and that he could never achieve greatness alone. The words struck YN deeply, leaving him feeling despondent. He had always relied on luck or circumstance, never truly defeating an opponent through sheer strength. As he was transported back in a UA-style ambulance, YN reflected on All Might's words, feeling a sinking sensation in his heart. He muttered to himself in frustration, but the pain reminded him that he needed to conserve his energy. Upon arriving at Recovery Girl's emergency station, he was placed on a bed. Recovery Girl, scanning his injuries, expressed her disbelief at the extent of the situation. YN remained still during the procedure, noticing Midoriya nearby, who looked worried after having faced All Might earlier. Recovery Girl commented on YN's injuries, pointing out that blocking All Might's fists had been unwise. She reassured him that while his injuries were serious, they did not require surgery, though his stamina was critically low. She prepared to use her quirk, warning him that he would likely pass out for a bit. As she began her healing process, YN felt an overwhelming wave of fatigue wash over him. His vision blurred, and he succumbed to sleep just as he heard hurried footsteps approaching the med bay. The door rattled open, but YN was already unconscious, leaving the med bay with one more patient in need of care. YNLN was known for being one of the most unique individuals around. Nizu often pondered what set him apart from others. He recognized YN as a good-natured kid, albeit a bit mischievous, fitting the archetype of a good delinquent. Nizu had caught him climbing out of class through the window on more than one occasion, a risky but familiar sight. He trusted that YN had the skills to handle himself, but he couldn't understand why someone with YN's background would aspire to be a hero. YN had been reincarnated, which implied he had died. The circumstances of his death were tragic, involving a truck accident. Such an event would typically leave a lasting impact on anyone, yet YN spoke of it with an unsettling calmness. Nizu found himself unable to decipher the boy's thoughts or feelings. Nizu held a file on YN, detailing his background. Name: YNLN. Male. Age: 17. Affiliation: U.A, first year. Class: what? Quirk: Dark Whip. A reddish-black substance that he can summon from his body at will, controlling it effortlessly. It acts as a solid fluid state, often seen seeping through his clothing. Recently, he discovered he could create constructs from his quirk, providing armor and enhancing his physical abilities. He explained that his quirk originates from within, allowing him to control his muscles and tendons as well. Strength: 7.510. Speed: 910. Agility: 1010. 1010. Team compatibility: 310. Final exams results. Written: 221. Class: 241. First year's heroics. Practical: failed. Special exam. The following day, the students enjoyed a day off from classes. Everyone was thrilled about the break, and while many spent the day with their families, YN found himself alone. Aizawa had hero work to attend to and had asked Yaoyorozu if she could spend the day with him. Yaoyorozu called YN, apologizing for not being able to join him. Her family was celebrating her success in the practical exam, and she felt terrible about leaving him out. YN reassured her that it was fine and that he wouldn't want to interrupt her family time. He sat on the apartment balcony, gazing at the night sky, enjoying the fresh air as his wounds from the exam had healed. However, Yaoyorozu sensed something was off. YN's tone was different. He was unusually passive and dismissive. Concerned, she decided to take action. Just as she was about to speak again, a butler entered her room, announcing that dinner was ready. She felt compelled to end the call but not without making a suggestion. She invited YN to come over the next night, offering him a place to stay. YN was taken aback, accidentally spilling his drink in surprise. Yaoyorozu assured him it would be their little secret, and YN teased her about entering a rebellious phase. Their playful banter brought a hint of normalcy back to their conversation. Remembering their discussion, YN felt a spark of anticipation for the day ahead. However, he was also hungry, having missed breakfast. He opened the fridge only to find it empty, realizing he had forgotten to buy groceries. Disappointed in himself, he quickly got ready and headed out, dressed in a gray hoodie and light blue jeans. As he made his way through the neighborhood, he used his quirk to navigate swiftly, enjoying the rush of wind against his face. Yet today, the thrill was absent. He knew the reason behind it. An unsettling thought lingered in his mind. A voice echoed in his head, warning him to abandon his vigilante ways, claiming that such actions were futile. Frustrated, YN retracted his quirk and landed softly on the ground, pulling his hood up as he continued walking. The pedestrians around him were startled to see a teenage boy seemingly fall from the sky, which amused him slightly. He soon found himself outside a grocery store, holding a plastic bag filled with groceries, ready to face the day ahead. Looking through the items, he used his quirk to check off the items on his list on his phone. Eggs, bread, milk, vegetables, meat, ketchup. Was there anything else he missed? He muttered to himself while carefully digging through the bag. After confirming he hadn't forgotten anything, YN closed the plastic bag and joined the crowd. As he moved forward, he narrowly avoided bumping into someone. He wondered where the voice in his head had been, before looking at the person he almost collided with. A man was hiding his face with a mask and a hat under his hoodie. YN thought that was the most basic disguise for someone suspicious. He almost pulled his own hood over his head but remembered what All Might had said the other day. He decided he didn't have time to doubt himself and chose to run after the mugger instead. Weaving through the crowd was easy enough with the help of his instinct quirk, which he theorized was a second quirk. Even though having two separate quirks was impossible, he had long stopped questioning his unusual circumstances. After all, he had been reincarnated like an anime character and gained a quirk. Finally catching up with the mugger, YN jumped forward and delivered a side kick, sending the man stumbling into an alley. As he stood up, YN noticed the looks he was getting from bystanders. He instructed someone to call the police, then dashed into the alley. He ducked to the side, grabbing a trash bin lid. Holding it in his hand, He looked back at the mugger, who was panting, his sunglasses having fallen off to reveal a tired face. The mugger demanded that YN stop chasing him, pulling out a knife. YN flinched, pretending to cower in fear, exclaiming dramatically about how a small knife was his only weakness. The mugger, now hopeful, approached YN with the knife in one hand and the stolen purse under his other arm. Suddenly, YN sprang up from his feigned weakness, using his quirk to pull the mugger closer. He reinforced his feet with his quirk and delivered an axe kick to the mugger's collarbone, causing him to stumble in pain. The mugger fell to the ground, his knife clattering away, and YN retrieved the stolen purse. Hearing footsteps, YN turned around, ready to return the purse, when a firm hand gripped his shoulder. It was the police. YN mumbled about having one of the worst days ever, while Yaoyorozu chuckled to herself. She found it ironic that the Great Black Mask had been apprehended for being suspected of stealing a purse, even though he was the one catching the real mugger. YN sulked in a corner, and she wiped away a few stray tears of laughter before going to comfort him. She reassured him that it wasn't so bad, the woman was safe, and the mugger was arrested. YN insisted it was a matter of pride, feeling frustrated. Yaoyorozu teased him about how he seemed fine when the pros caught him the first time, which only made him sulk more. After a moment, she decided to change the topic, asking how he did on his finals. YN scowled but sighed while looking out the window of her room, admitting that he had failed. Yaoyorozu was surprised, unable to believe that he, of all people, could fail. She asked which teacher he had faced and if they were that difficult. YN contemplated her questions for a moment. He decided to share what had happened during his version of the practical part of the final exam. Yaoyorozu gasped in disbelief when he explained that the principal had tailored the exam to ensure he would fail. She couldn't believe it, feeling it was unfair. She questioned why they would do such a thing. YN reflected on his situation, suggesting that since he had been a vigilante, they likely wanted him to change his mentality. He felt that the teachers wanted him to realize that being alone wouldn't allow him to achieve much. He leaned back and looked up at the orange sky, acknowledging that perhaps they wanted him to understand that he didn't always have to be alone, that having people to support him could be beneficial. Yaoyorozu was taken aback by YN's smile, which seemed almost defeated. She understood how difficult it was to have one's principles and goals shattered. It was clear to her that the teachers wanted him to stop being a vigilante for good. YN suddenly shifted the mood, standing up and declaring that he was now aiming to be a full-fledged hero. He shrugged, confident that he would eventually give up his vigilante ways. He proclaimed that he would show the principal that he could be a great hero. Seeing his confident smirk return, Yaoyorozu felt a wave of relief. Without realizing it, she found herself smiling alongside him, knowing that he always managed to bounce back when he was down. One of the reasons YN admired Yaoyorozu so much was her adventurous spirit. He smiled to himself, recalling the moment when he impulsively decided to jump off the second floor of her room just to get a better look at the hound dog guarding the house. It was nighttime, and YN was having a slumber party with Yaoyorozu, just as they had promised. They tried to keep their voices down, enjoying snacks, reading comics, and playing games well past midnight. Although it was unexpected for Yaoyorozu to play video games, she decided to indulge YN's enthusiasm. Both teens rapidly pressed the buttons on their controllers. Yaoyorozu wore a focused expression, while YN struggled to keep his composure. He thought to himself that it was surprising how quickly she was picking up the game. Leaning away from the screen as if it would help him dodge a purple shell thrown by Yaoyorozu, he realized that his instinct quirk was of no use in this virtual battle. After a one-sided defeat, YN dramatically flopped onto the floor with a sigh, while Yaoyorozu sat up triumphantly, celebrating her victory. He gazed at the ceiling, contemplating his loss, and mumbled about her unexpected gaming skills. Yaoyorozu set her controller down and lay beside him, sharing in his moment of defeat. "I thought you would be better at this since you play all the time," she remarked. "Please, don't add salt to the wound," he replied, exasperated. Just then, a notification chimed softly from YN's phone. He picked it up and saw it was from Ms. Kai, his boss and the daughter of Grandpa Casey and Grandma Kyo. The message was about a new project that required his presence at the meeting. He mused to himself that it had been a while since he visited them. Yaoyorozu, curious, leaned over to look at his phone and asked who he was referring to. "My grandparents," he replied. Jiraiya questioned whether she was supposed to follow Yaomomo's every move, jokingly asking if she would jump off a cliff. YN responded that if Momo were to jump, she would have carefully considered all the factors, so he would follow suit. Jiraiya insisted that YN should jump first, to which he agreed, but only if Momo did it first. The hallways of UA were eerily silent, with only the echo of YN's footsteps breaking the stillness as he walked down the corridor. His mind replayed the mental gymnastics of the assignments Aizawa had given him. The school day had ended long ago, and most students had trickled out, leaving YN behind to tie up a few loose ends. He felt a bit sore from hours of writing, but the satisfaction of completing his work outweighed any discomfort. As he reached the door leading outside, he glanced out the window. The torrential rain poured down from a gray sky, drenching everything in sight. Frustration bubbled within him as he groaned at the sight. He knew he couldn't avoid it forever. Taking a deep breath, YN threw open the door, and the cold air rushed in, bringing with it the scent of wet earth and the promise of a soggy walk ahead. The rain hit him with surprising force, heavy drops splattering against his skin as his hair began to stick to his forehead. Undeterred, he grinned and started to sprint, viewing the rain as just another challenge. He relished the freedom of running through the downpour, enjoying the rush of water around him and the rhythmic sound of his feet hitting the pavement. Being soaked felt oddly comforting. Just as he was about to speed past the main entrance, a voice called out to him, halting him mid-stride. It was Jiro, her usual confidence softened by the rain. She stood a few feet away, holding an umbrella that flapped against the wind. She rushed to meet him, asking if he really planned to run through the rain alone. YN shrugged nonchalantly, insisting it was just a little rain and that he had faced worse. Jiro, however, was determined not to let him go out there alone. She raised the umbrella higher, showing her concern. YN, surprised by her sudden protectiveness, raised his hands in mock surrender, agreeing to take the umbrella, but only to avoid catching a cold. As they walked together under the small umbrella, YN was struck by Jiro's quiet determination. They moved side by side, the sound of their footsteps blending with the steady hum of the rain. After a moment, Jiro spoke up, her voice contemplative as she looked ahead. She mentioned YN and Yaomomo, noting how close they seemed. YN turned to her, surprised by the question. He hadn't expected such personal inquiries from Jiro. He nodded, admitting they had been friends for a while. Jiro observed him closely, commenting on the connection she sensed between him and Momo, suggesting there was something more than friendship. YN felt his chest tighten at her words. He hadn't considered their relationship in that light before. It had grown naturally over time, but hearing Jiro articulate it made him pause. He explained that they had been through a lot together, always supporting each other, and that their bond was simply how things were between them. Jiro listened intently, her expression softening as she acknowledged his feelings. She noted that Momo was often an enigma to others, but YN seemed to understand her in a way that others did not. YN's heart raced at the realization of how much he cared for Momo. The idea of their relationship being more than just friendship felt surreal, yet he couldn't deny the deep connection they shared. But the way Jiro spoke about it, and the way she looked at him with those perceptive eyes, made him wonder if others had noticed the same thing. YN playfully asked if she thought there was something going on between them, his tone light but edged with curiosity. Jiro smirked, her expression brightening slightly as she commented on how close he and Momo were. She mentioned that people often kept an eye on such things, noting it wasn't often one saw a bond as strong as theirs. Although she shrugged nonchalantly, the curiosity in her eyes was unmistakable. She added that she wasn't judging, just wondering. YN chuckled lightly, his breath visible in the cool air, and remarked that Momo was an amazing person, emphasizing that she was one of his closest friends. A slight pause followed, the steady drumming of the rain against the umbrella filling the silence. Jiro nodded slowly, her voice softening as she acknowledged his words. As they continued walking, the rain began to ease, the storm's intensity mellowing into a steady drizzle. The streets grew quieter, the world softened by the sound of the rain and the distant rumble of fading thunder. The umbrella they shared felt less cramped, and the silence between them became more comfortable. After a while, YN commented that Jiro wasn't as bad as he had thought. She laughed softly, her eyes glinting with amusement as she nudged him with her elbow, admitting that she wasn't always so meddlesome. YN grinned, saying he would take her word for it. As they walked back toward the dorms, the rain now just a distant memory, YN felt a strange sense of camaraderie with Jiro, an unexpected understanding born from their conversation. It wasn't much, but it was enough to make him think that maybe this place and these people were a little more like family than he had first realized. The familiar path leading to Momo's family estate felt almost second nature to YN, his footsteps light as he crossed the sprawling grounds. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the perfectly manicured gardens. He had made this visit countless times, each as casual as the last, but he never took it for granted. His fingers brushed against the cool stone of the large gate as he passed through, the quiet hum of the estate's natural beauty grounding him. The estate was peaceful, perhaps too peaceful for someone like him, who was always on the go. Yet Momo's presence brought a sense of comfort, reminding him to slow down without even trying. Before long, he found himself hanging by the front of her window using dark whip, looking down at her familiar room. It had become an odd tradition for him to show up unannounced. Initially, Momo had insisted on keeping things formal, but YN quickly grew comfortable, and so did she. Over time, he had received the unspoken permission to simply knock on her window whenever he wanted to see her. He knocked softly, but there was no answer. Surprised, he raised an eyebrow. This was rare. Momo was almost always at her desk, her intense work ethic a running joke among their friends. He knocked again, a little louder this time, just in case she hadn't heard him. Still nothing. A slight frown creased his brow. Momo never left him hanging for long, and this silence felt off. He shifted his hand, his quirks softly humming as he glanced around. The breeze rustled the leaves of the nearby trees, but the estate itself remained still, as though frozen in time. Without hesitation, he stepped closer to the window, finding the latch that would allow him access one of the few things Momo had insisted on in case she wasn't around. He had grown accustomed to her telling him he could open it whenever, just a simple flick of the wrist. Today, he took her at her word, lifting the window with practiced ease and peeking inside. What he saw caught him off guard. Momo was at her desk, slumped over, her face buried in the crook of her arm, with scattered papers around her. The soft glow of the desk lamp illuminated her features, casting long shadows over her sleeping form. It wasn't just unusual to see her asleep, it was the fact that she had passed out in the middle of her studying. Momo never lost track of time like this. YN took a step back, unsure of what to do. A sudden worry gripped his chest. He usually saw Momo at her most composed, with a sharp focus in her eyes. Seeing her in such a vulnerable state made something twist uncomfortably within him. He called out softly, leaning in a little closer, careful not to startle her. But there was no movement, she didn't stir at all. His brows furrowed as he took in the scene. Her breathing was steady but faint, and the way her arm draped over her face suggested she hadn't been able to finish her work, too exhausted to continue. He let out a soft sigh, leaning against the window ledge. For a brief moment, he watched her, unsure of what to do. His friendship with Momo had always felt effortless, but now, seeing her like this, he wasn't sure if he was crossing an unspoken boundary by waking her up. Still, he couldn't leave her like this, not when he sensed something was wrong. He called her name again, a little louder this time but still gentle, urging her to wake up. He waited for a response, but she remained motionless, nestled against the pile of papers. YN bit his lip, his gaze softening as he made a decision. He would wake her up properly and ensure she was okay. Carefully, he stepped through the window, his shoes making soft taps against the floor as he approached her desk. He crouched beside her, the faint scent of her perfume filling the air as he moved. Gently, he placed a hand on her shoulder, lightly shaking her to rouse her from her slumber. He called her name once more, but for a moment. She didn't respond, and YN could only watch with a feeling of unease. But then, her eyelids fluttered open, her usually sharp eyes looking dazed and unfocused for a moment as she blinked against the light. She murmured YN's name, her voice a little slurred and thick with sleep. YN smiled at her and asked if she was okay. Her eyes fluttered again as she slowly sat up, pushing her hair out of her face. She admitted that she must have fallen asleep, stretching her arms before glancing at the papers that had spilled across the desk. She hadn't meant to lose track of time. YN didn't respond immediately, instead focusing on her face and noting the slight flush in her cheeks, darker than usual. Concern deepened in his eyes as he told her she was burning up. Momo blinked, clearly confused, insisting she was fine, just tired. However, as she attempted to stand, YN gently placed a hand on her arm, his tone firm yet caring, insisting she had a fever and was not fine. Momo blinked at him, her confusion growing, but before she could protest, he guided her to her bed. The fact that she didn't resist was telling. Momo wasn't the type to simply give in. He insisted she needed to rest, helping her into bed and draping her soft blanket over her. He promised he wouldn't leave until he was sure she was okay. This time, Momo didn't argue. She closed her eyes for a moment, resting her head back against the pillow, too tired to say anything further. Her lips parted slightly as if trying to find the words, but YN could see the exhaustion overwhelming her. She whispered an apology, saying she hadn't meant to worry him. YN's heart clenched. It was so typical of Momo to think of others before herself, always pushing too hard. But this time, he wouldn't let her brush it off. He could feel the weight of her illness pressing on her, and he wasn't going to ignore it. He reassured her that she didn't need to apologize, his tone gentle yet filled with an intensity she rarely heard from him. He told her she just needed to rest and that he would take care of her this time. Momo looked up at him, her eyes soft but grateful, even if she seemed a little embarrassed by the attention. YN gave her a reassuring smile, a silent promise to help her recover. As the rain continued to fall softly outside the window, YN stayed by her side, watching over her until her fever began to fade, knowing that sometimes, just being there was enough. The next day, YN woke up in a tangled mess of his futon and blankets, sprawled across the large bedroom floor of Yaoyorozu Momo. Groggily, he fumbled for his phone, which lay plugged into the charger. He groaned when he realized the plug wasn't switched on. He muttered to himself about how it meant no charge and no daily updates, checking the battery to find it at 40%. Noticing the time, he froze. His heart dropped when he saw it was 7:30 a.m. Class started at 8 a.m. Panic set in as he jumped up and scanned the room, rushing to the large bed where Momo was still peacefully asleep. He shook her shoulder frantically, urging her to wake up, insisting they would be late. He reminded her that she was the vice president, the prim and proper Yaoyorozu Momo, and wondered what the class would think if she were late. His words were met with silence, save for a faint snicker. Confused, he turned her over, only to be greeted by a devious smirk. Momo burst into laughter, the most mischievous laugh YN had ever heard, and exclaimed that she had him. He stared, dumbfounded as the realization sank in. He scrambled to the window, throwing the curtains open to find the sky still dark, with only faint streaks of light on the horizon. He let out a frustrated sigh, running a hand down his face. Momo admitted between chuckles that it was only 5:15 a.m. She had changed the clock on his phone, knowing he would wake up early. She sighed to calm herself, though a few chuckles still escaped her lips, explaining that he needed a cheat day since he barely slept as it was. YN groaned, dragging himself away from the window to slump down on the edge of Momo's bed, expressing that it wasn't funny and that he really thought they would be late. Momo finally calmed her giggles, sitting up and brushing her hair back, playfully insisting it was just a harmless prank and that he needed to loosen up. YN shot her a half-hearted glare before leaning back against the headboard, reminding her that he couldn't be the reason she was late to class. He worried about what everyone would think of him, or worse, of her. This caught Momo off guard, her playful smirk softening as she stared at him, surprised that he was worried about her. He stated matter-of-factly that she was Yaoyorozu Momo, the vice president and top of the class academically, and she couldn't have a bad reputation because of him. Momo's gaze lingered on him, her heart unexpectedly tightening. She had always known YN to be selfless, but this felt different. He genuinely thought he would tarnish her reputation. As he reclined against the headboard, his eyes distant, Momo couldn't help but notice something deeper. Despite how well he seemed to get along with their classmates, he never referred to them as friends. It was always classmates, as if he kept a careful distance. She wondered why he did that. Her thoughts were interrupted when YN let out a quiet sigh, tracing idle patterns on the blanket. She could see it in his eyes now, something deeper than his usual seriousness, a quiet ache he rarely allowed anyone to see. He whispered that he didn't really belong there, and the words hit Momo like a thunderclap. When she asked him to repeat himself, he quickly shook his head, trying to dismiss the thought. Sensing there was more to it, she was about to press him further when he abruptly stood up, muttering that he would charge his phone properly this time. He extended his quirk to flip the plug switch, and as he turned away, Momo felt her chest tighten again. She didn't know the full story. He never shared much about his past, but she recognized when someone was isolating themselves. Gathering her resolve, she sat up and gently leaned her head against his shoulder. She softly expressed that it didn't matter what others thought of her reputation. YN blinked, surprised by her sudden closeness. She continued, emphasizing that a person is defined not just by their outward image but by their choices every day. That, she insisted, was what truly mattered. He stared at her, momentarily speechless. She firmly stated that his presence was what mattered to her, and it should matter to him as well. For a moment, YN struggled to find a response, her words resonating in his mind and cutting through the doubts that had burdened him. Finally, he exhaled a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, a small, grateful smile appearing on his lips as he thanked her. She returned his smile, the warmth of her expression dispelling the lingering shadows in his heart. Then, she lay back down, pulling the covers over herself and requesting some morning peace, suggesting that he should try sleeping in for once. YN chuckled softly as he settled back down on the other side of the bed, playfully warning her that if she pranked him again he would take her charger. Momo laughed, her voice light and carefree. As the room grew quiet, YN closed his eyes, feeling a strange sense of comfort he hadn't experienced in a long time. For the first time in what felt like forever, the weight on his shoulders felt a little lighter. The classroom buzzed with energy, filled with the frustrated groans of those facing summer classes. Kaminari, Ashido, Shiro, Kirishima, Sato, and YN were among the unfortunate ones, and it showed. Ashido lamented their fate, nearly in tears, while Midoriya attempted to comfort them, suggesting that perhaps there was an unexpected twist, given Mr. Aizawa's unpredictable nature. YN chimed in, resting his elbow on Midoriya's shoulder, musing about Aizawa's reputation. Shiro cautioned them against jinxing their situation, but Kaminari, frustrated, pointed out the stakes of failing the exam. Those who did would be stuck in remedial classes instead of going to summer camp. YN tried to calm him down, but Kaminari continued to vent his frustrations. Shiro expressed his uncertainty, acknowledging that they had technically passed due to Mineta, but he had mostly just slept through the exam. Kaminari, still agitated, demanded that if they were going to show pity, they should do something more. Just then, Aizawa entered the classroom, commanding silence. He delivered the news that some students had failed, dragging out the suspense. The failed students clenched their fists in anticipation, only to be surprised when he announced that everyone would be going to summer camp. The class erupted in a mix of joy and disbelief. Aizawa clarified that there were no failing grades for the written portion, but Sato, Kirishima, Ashido, Kaminari, Shiro, and YN had all failed the practical. The murmurs of shock rippled through the class, with some expressing disbelief that YN, considered one of the strongest, had failed. He brushed off their comments, knowing they didn't understand what had happened. As Aizawa explained the true purpose of the practical exam, YN only half listened, having already heard about it from Momo. He noticed that Aizawa omitted details about his own performance, but no one seemed to notice. As homeroom came to an end, Aizawa handed out guidebooks for the camp. Later, at 5 p.m., YN returned to class after a quick bathroom break, finding his classmates buzzing with excitement. Ida approached him, arms waving as he shared that most of the class, excluding Bakugo and Todoroki, had decided to visit the Kiyoshi Ward Mall the next day to buy camping essentials. He invited YN to join them. YN, taken aback by the sudden invitation, shrugged with a grin, agreeing to join but mentioning he had to visit his grandparents first, which might make him late. Ida assured him that was perfectly fine and confirmed their meeting time at the mall entrance. YN chuckled to himself, watching the class work together to finalize their plans. Despite the earlier chaos, it was evident how much they had grown as a team. Even Kaminari, who was still lamenting his predicament. He muttered to himself that summer camp was going to be interesting, a smirk playing on his lips. After the short banter, the rest of the ride was relatively quiet. YN didn't mind the silence, but it seemed to bother Uraraka, who asked him a question in a hushed tone. She wanted to know what it was like to be a vigilante. YN, who had been mindlessly gazing out the window at the moving scenery while letting his quirk dance around his hand, hummed in response. He explained that being a vigilante was mostly like doing actual hero work, but with a lot of hiding involved. He reminisced about the numerous times he had to evade both the police and other heroes. It was easy to shake them off if one knew their surroundings, and he chuckled at the memory of escaping capture by hiding in an alleyway with many intersections. Uraraka then asked if he regretted being a vigilante. The question lingered in his mind as he recalled all the times he had fought villains and thugs, avoiding the authorities and lying to those close to him. He admitted that he somewhat regretted the circumstances that led him to that life, especially considering he was supposed to be dead. YN raised his hand in front of him, his quirk still dancing on his palm. This new body and new powers felt foreign when he first arrived in this world. He had even contemplated giving up due to the overwhelming pressure and uncertainty he faced. However, he was also reminded of the grateful faces of the people he had saved while breaking the law, which brought a small smile to his face. A part of him was glad he had become a vigilante. To him, it was worth it. Uraraka smiled back, feeling relieved that YN wasn't as bad as she had feared. She sighed and asked about his sudden interrogation. When he questioned her about where she got the money to buy mochi, she playfully refused to answer. YN dodged a right hook aimed at his head, grabbing the extended hand and executing a shoulder throw against Gunhead, slamming the pro hero to the floor. With a loud thud, Gunhead was effectively out of the game, as per the little house rule he had mentioned. Gunhead laughed at his own misfortune, surprised that his last punch had been dodged. As Gunhead rambled on about the importance of technique, YN sat on a nearby bench, drinking water and half listening while his mind wandered. He wondered about a mysterious voice he had just heard. During training, Aizawa reminded YN that he needed to trust his teammates more. YN insisted that he did, but Aizawa pointed out that he had just yelled for cover and then run in the opposite direction. YN shrugged, saying that was just how he operated. In a study session, Yaoyorozu urged everyone to focus. YN claimed he was focusing, but she questioned why he was drawing a mustache on Todoroki in the textbook. He explained,